Sound check. 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 That's better. Still getting some feedback. Where do you think that's from?
That's just me.
That's it? Okay. All right.
We're adjusting while you're
All right. Very good.
Check one. Check 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a normal-ish voice. I am speaking into a microphone. This is a microphone in my hand. And you all want to hear a knock-knock joke? Knock-knock. Who's there? A microphone. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing.
Microphone who?
I'm just saying words so you can test the microphone. Do you want me to do another?
Check, check, 1, 2, it should be channel 2. Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey.
All right. We are at 15 past. Whenever you think it's good to go, I'll let you be the judge.
Check, check. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check. Hey, hey. 1, 2. 1, 2. Check, check.
Check. 1. This is a normal voice, I think. You just let us know when you're ready.
Sound on the DI. Digital intermediate? No, I'm not.
Okay.
Yep.
Then that's fine.
Yep.
Okay. You good?
I'm good.
Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome to SCaLE. Welcome to SCaLE 2026. This is the developer track. Welcome back today. We have a great set of talks for you today. Your safety is really important to us here at SCaLE, so if at any time you feel uncomfortable, please know that you can call the safety number that we have here, posted all around the venue. Our next talk we have is from Alex Garnett. He's a DevRel at Blue Sky, and he's going to be giving a talk about AT, Billing Edge Social Graph.
Thank you, Chloe.
Take it away. Give a round of applause.
Thanks, everyone, for being here. I'm Alex. A fun fact about me is I live about 2 blocks away from this conference venue, so I love coming to SCaLE. It's very convenient. I get to wake up in my own bed, have breakfast at home, walk over to the conference. Takes about 8 minutes, so that part feels nice. I'm DevRel at Blue Sky, like Chloe mentioned, and I'm here to talk about the app protocol. Now, if you go to bsky.social, that is the company I work for. That is our homepage promoting Blue Sky, the social network. Blue Sky is big world social. It's a model you're probably familiar with from the last 15 years of microblogging, and you've probably got opinions about it already. Blue Sky is the company I work for, but is Blue Sky their main product? Arguably, no. If you take a look right up in the corner there where it says App Protocol, that is the protocol that underlies Blue Sky. That is the novel part of doing big world social in 2026, and I'll get into why that is and why I feel that App Protocol is actually our primary product. So this is the brand new landing page for our App Proto Docs site. It went live last month, and I'm really excited about it. I joined the company about 5 months ago, and the first thing I did was ship these brand new App Protocol docs. The App Protocol is what distinguishes Blue Sky from other social networks, big and small, and also from decentralized networks that exist along a different pattern. Over time, you're going to see more of our docs presence and our comms reflect the App Protocol brand. We built Blue Sky first to have a product to ship the App Protocol. Blue Sky is a social network. People still know us primarily as Blue Sky, but App Proto is where a lot of our new docs live. It's where a lot of my DevRel effort is going towards, and it's what we're building the most right now. I'm going to use this brand new doc site as a way to structure this talk about what we're doing. Our new docs, if you take a look at the sidebar here, they start out by showing you how to do basic read-write operations. This is really core to whatever you're doing, obviously. It's also not something that was in the docs previously. That was only in the Blue Sky docs, and the Blue Sky docs primarily had higher level SDK abstractions, right? It's like, okay, I want to do something on this one existing network. Here, we're taking a step back. We're talking about how to read and write at records. How do you just create records in this network following any particular model? We want to make it easier to understand our core primitives, which will, among other things, improve LLM tooling for our docs and emphasize which aspects of AppProto are meant to be generic and reusable. Again, not just by Blue Sky. For those who are new to AppProto, one of the most important concepts for users to self-host and own their own data is our PDS, or Personal Data Server. PDSs are where the user data actually lives. They actually live in individual SQLite repos laid out as Merkle search trees, which is super neat. If you want to see details of that, we can get into that later on. You can host a PDS on your own, and you can migrate user data across PDSs at will. So you might have one person hosting a PDS server that's got a bunch of different people's data on there. They can migrate across PDSs. If you just signed up with Blue Sky, chances are that you are on a Blue Sky maintained PDS by default, because a lot of Blue Sky users don't care about where their data live necessarily. They just want to be able to interact with the network. But by starting out that way, by starting out on a Blue Sky PDS, you can then go and take your data where you want to take it. You get a credible exit, you get the ability to own your data, and a lot of the rest of our stack is actually designed to shift load away from the PDS to make it easier and less expensive to host that user data. So most of the architecture of the AppProto is essentially, you have the PDS, that's the thing that's easy to self-host, that's what actually hosts your data. You can take that wherever you want, it's SQLite. The entire rest of our stack, which I'll get into and which you can find here on this doc site, relays, application views, are all different layers to index that data and to make hosting your own data more achievable and more scalable. PDSs proxy some AppProto requests, for example, around login, and we provide patterns for developers to help support user choice in this way. You can self-host many other parts of our infra as well, and this is covered in the new docs. PDSs are this part of the stack that most people are going to want to self-host in most cases, and for that, we provide Docker deployment scripts. So you can find link from our docs on GitHub, the way to self-host a PDS in a pretty lightweight VPS instance, whether it's OVH, DigitalOcean, you've got a lot of options. PDS by itself is pretty scalable. We've got a reference implementation. We also maintain a separate repo of contributed deployments if you want to host a PDS or a different part of our stack on non-standard infrastructure. Part of the reason I created this repo was in the first week that I was working for Blue Sky, I saw a lot of open issues on the reference PDS repo saying, I want to support Arch because we all love Arch Linux, don't we, folks? Yeah, okay, yeah. I have actually run Arch for many years myself. But I kept having to say, hey, Arch is not really the upstream default distribution. We're not necessarily trying to support Pac-Man out of the box on bare metal. So created this separate repo deploy recipe so that anybody who wants to contribute, for example, a way to run their PDS on a Synology NAS, which is super cool, can do that, and we can maintain that. We've got a really cool community of self-hosters, people who don't want to use that reference PDS. One thing that we don't currently provide, in my opinion, that I would like us to do better on, that we're working on this year, is a web admin interface for our reference PDS. Our PDS implements all the endpoints that we expect it to, so that way you can interact with user data on a PDS, for example, using our goat command line tool. But the PDS itself doesn't have a lot of a web backend that people might expect if they want to be able to go in for, graphonometrics, for any kind of self data checkup, anything like that. I'm kind of picturing when I log into my Pi-hole on my own home network, we want to provide more of an interface like that behind a PDS on the web, like an admin dashboard. So that'll be coming soon. In the meantime, the reference PDS does implement all the expected XRPC routes back here, and we have Goat, our cool command line tool for interacting with the PDS in all the ways that you might want. I can't believe, by the way, that GoAT wasn't taken. It's such a good name for a command line tool. It's Goat. That wasn't even in Brew. We have Goat in Homebrew now because nobody had taken that. That feels like really kismet for us. All right, now I'm going to talk about some other exciting parts of the stack. If you're familiar with our work, some of these will be review, but we have new work to share from all of them. So this is all brand new for 2026. We're going to start out with the Firehose. Firehose is how you get data from the network. We talk about this pretty often, but it still bears repeating. All @protocol data on the Firehose is openly available. There is currently no non-public data on the @protocol Firehose. It is all public. You don't even need to log in to access it. This is really cool. I worked for a Twitter data services startup in 2012, 14 years ago now. And to get and rebroadcast Twitter data, we had to write Hadoop queries, and we had to store it all ourselves, going back historical. Like, it was very, very non-trivial to be able to get access to this data for research purposes, right? For universities who wanted to do social network analysis, like figuring out how to actually get legacy data from a social network was really, really, really tough, and everybody had to mirror it on their own. The entire App Protocol firehose is on a WebSocket. And one of our primary goals is that if it's ever not possible to mirror the entire network by yourself, we have done something wrong. And that is a core goal for us. Right now, if you really wanted to mirror the entire network, that would be like 20 terabytes of hot storage. That's not something most people are going to want to do, but you can just connect to that WebSocket and you can get data. For example, here's what that looks like. If I were to use a command line tool called WebSoCat, which is pretty good for getting data from WebSockets, and if I were to say move my terminal window over here, and that's not how you full screen it by clicking on that because I am looking not where I'm supposed to be looking. What do we think? Is this going to do it? I can't see that well. Full screen. Or I could do like Command, Option, F, whatever. WebSoCat, here we go, iTerm. That is the app protocol. That is all the data being printed out of a terminal. It's obviously pretty hard to keep up with. We could like pipe it to less or something like that if we wanted to make it a little bit more legible, but that's the data. You can do that right now. I don't have any kind of like auth built in. There are rate limits, of course, to make it more feasible, but that data is accessible to anyone. We have a concept called backfilling, and backfilling is conceptually related to the firehose, but it's also fairly unique to the app protocol. Like I mentioned, this is not a trivial thing historically to be able to make all of your data backfillable wherever you want. This is a core goal of ours. If you want any or all of the data on the network, you can get it. It's a bit non-trivial to do that, obviously. Like I mentioned, if you want to provision the entire network, you're looking at like 20 plus terabytes of hot storage, but we want to make it easier for people to get a subset of that data. There's a lot of data on the App Protocol network that is not just blue sky posts, for example, and I'll talk about that in a second, but if you want to get any subset of our data, the technically challenging part, apart from provisioning storage, is actually cutting over from backfilling legacy data to monitoring that WebSocket, right? You need guarantees of at least once execution for being able to actually retrieve that data. You want that to work in a clean way where it cuts over from backfilling to monitoring new data coming in. We've got a brand new tool called TAP that makes that very, very easy. TAP is a command line tool. It has this guarantee of at least once indexing of all the data. It can stream individual repositories at a time. Like I mentioned a second ago, the PDS is kind of the core component of the network. Most of the other parts of the app proto stack are designed to just shift load away from the PDS. What this means as well is that a lot of the different parts of our stack implement the same APIs and the same endpoints. And so if you're trying to use TAP to backfill all the data from a relay, from the relay of all the data on the network, you can make that same API call to an individual PDS or an individual user account. And so if you wanted to back up just your own data, for example, not only is that not 20 terabytes, it uses the exact same tools, same code path, same tooling, it's just way more scalable. That's also a nice principle. We call it mushrooms the whole way down because everything's implementing the same parts of the stack. Another cool use case for TAP is creating custom feeds. We like to talk about, obviously, algorithmic independence, being able to dictate what you want to see, being able to not be reliant on large organizations pushing their content at you and not being able to dictate what's in your feed. You can make your own feed. What that entails, basically, is just listening to the firehose with a tool like TAP and then rebroadcasting posts from a specific endpoint after algorithmically sorting them the way that you want to. You can build a feed with our sample feed generator patterns that make this pretty straightforward. We've got a feed generator tutorial featured on our new docs, or you can use one of the many other products that are building on top of AppProto, like Graze Social, whose entire product is a feed builder interface and feed hosting. So that way you don't have to do all that work of implementing the backfilling and the rebroadcasting and the algorithm on your own. They'll give you a visual tool for doing exactly that and for hosting it. Now, what if you don't want to have to backfill all the networks, all the records to be able to build on top of AppProto? There's also a really cool solution for that. It is also community developed, and it is written in Rust. Yeah. It's nice to know your audience. Those are really easy applause lines. This is the microcosm tooling. Microcosm is unbelievably cool, built by a community member, and this is a set of open APIs that index backlinks from the app protocol to let you perform very, very fast queries on data that's already in the network without having to do all the work of building out those complex queries yourself. There's a lot of questions you can answer with backlinks. So here's the landing page for Constellation, and this gives you the ability to find any record that's linking to another record. Well, this is really cool because a follow relationship is linking to another record by expressing a follow, right? That is one link to another. The semantics there, if you've ever done like semantic web stuff, it's like, okay, subject, predicate, object. That's a link. That's a backlink you can just get immediately. A like is a backlink. Any post responding to another post is a backlink. Any post that's embedded in a blog on App Protocol is also a backlink. And so you can find lots of creative ways to query the existing data without having to do that big backfill. We have, as of, actually I made these slides about a month and a half ago, probably more now, but over 11 billion backlinks from the records already on the network. So that's where the title of this talk comes from. Billion Edge Social Graph. There are so many ways of interrogating the data that we already have to answer complex questions just by looking at which records relate to other records. And we can do that in a really lightweight way because all the data is publicly indexed by relays. One of my favorite uses of backlinks is this data browser PDSLS. PDSLS, also a community tool, lets you open up any given App Protocol record or account in a browser, so that way instead of looking at some JSON in a terminal, which is fun for some of us but not all of us, you can click through and see where all those different records are linking to one another, and you can navigate directly from a post to the person who posted it, to somebody they follow, to somebody they're replying to, or to the definitions embedded in those records themselves. PDSLS implements some direct PDS API calls. It also implements backlinks. And by doing that, it becomes a very powerful way to navigate the network in primarily a front-end tool. Really robust, big world social protocol tooling. It's all open. A lot of it is community-driven. Makes me very happy. Now I'm going to talk about another key part of App Proto, lexicons. Lexicon is a schema system used by App Proto to define RPC methods and record types and provide interoperability. App Proto apps, like Blue Sky, need a way to declare their own behaviors and semantics. Lexicons solve this while making it possible for developers to introduce their own schemas. So there's nothing first class in the protocol that is built for Blue Sky. Blue Sky is built on top of the protocol. Blue Sky defines its own lexicons, like a post, for example, and it implements that on top of App Proto. That's why when you talk about reads and writes, we're just talking about reading and writing different kinds of App Proto records. Those are the generic. It's just a record. And Blue Sky uses a certain set of schemas to be able to define record types and then define API methods that you can use to create or read those record types. app.bsky.feed.post is a lexicon. It's quite a commonly used one, but it's not the only one. And you can just push up your own. All the API methods are scoped and implemented using a particular set of lexicons. We've got an API system that we call XRPC, it's short for Lexicon RPC, that is just HTTPS. Any app using that app bsky feed post record type would be expected to implement an endpoint, again, defined by a lexicon that also supports reading and writing those records. Everything's lexicons the whole way down. That way you can build your own app very easily, either by reusing the existing data from existing lexicons or by writing your own new lexicons. We've got some cool new CLI tooling for working with lexicons. We just rebuilt our TypeScript SDK. Notice how I didn't pause for applause at TypeScript? Unlike Arch or Rust. Again, know your audience. But we just rewrote our TypeScript SDK, and it's all built around this new tool on the command line called Lex. Lex is used for code generation from the lexicons hosted in our existing repositories or any repositories that you push up. You can run lex install to bootstrap a new project to install new definitions from existing lexicons, and then just lex build to build types from those lexicons to be able to just automatically import into a project. And again, we're trying to make this very, very generic. A lot of our existing SDKs, had blue sky methods defined, and there were non-blue sky methods. We're moving away from that. We're making everything code generation forward, lexicon forward, so that if you want to have first-class support for your lexicon for your app, you can do that. On the Go side of the shop, I mentioned Goat, which is useful for interacting with PDSs to give yourself kind of an interface to where you're hosting that data. You can also use Goat for authoring lexicons and for linting lexicons. So these are all expressed just in JSON. And when you do Goat lex publish, you're just pushing a lexicon definition up to your own repository, the same way that you would push up a post by interacting with the Blue Sky network. So we've got Goat, we've got Lex, really cool new tooling, and we're also making the Go SDK code generation routes a bit cleaner too. Those are coming soon. We've got a lexicon style guide for those of you who are really interested in building applications on the app protocol. We have a very, very long list of specs. If you scroll down this sidebar on appproto.com, you'll see lots of core specs. Data modeling is really fun. I really like this part of the job because you spend so much time working with data models somebody else already put forward. And one of the cool parts of AppProto is we have like a very batteries included approach to data modeling, where if you just define something in a lexicon, then you already have some clues about how you want to push it into a database, right? It's like your gets and your posts are exactly the same thing as what you're storing to begin with, thanks to lexicons. But if you're authoring your own, take a look at our lexicon style guide. Another community tool, Lexicon Garden. That is a web interface to the existing lexicons in the network. This way you can browse and search without needing command line tools to do it. And you can also navigate throughout the existing lexicon so you can see exactly what's defined in there and what kind of data you're pulling down. This tool is also improving all the time. This is the example, by the way, of the pub.leaflet.publication lexicon. Leaflet is an AppProto-based blogging platform. Wow, cool. We don't just do short form writing, we do long form writing. Internet. Leaflet's really neat because it has very, very good first-class support for embedding Blue Sky post and follow relationships because they're just kind of consuming different kinds of AppProto data. But I really like that we have this nice way of integrating, really short-form writing with long-form writing. I know everybody misses RSS terribly. I'm also in that group. And by building back the infrastructure this way on an open protocol, I think we're going to be able to get much closer to an RSS-style serialization model as we've managed to in like the 10 years since Google Reader kind of killed the whole ecosystem. Like, this is a really nice example of being able to interoperate with existing data sets. Yes?
I'm very glad that Blue Sky accounts can just give you an RSS feed because I love my RSS reading.
Yeah, like it's really not that bad to just implement more routes. Once you have a network that works the way you want it to, it's just like, hey, request this data a different way. That wasn't so bad. It feels good. This is one of my favorite community projects to showcase. I do a lot of my own DevRel blogging on a leaflet right now. So if you're ever curious what we're up to, you want to read about how I went to FOSDEM or how I'm here, I like to get people excited about long form writing, and I really like that you can go directly back and forth from one medium to another using app protocol records. In addition to apps like Leaflet, which are defining and building on brand new lexicons, you can also pick and mix the ones that are already in the network. For example, if you're making a new client to browse Blue Sky posts to add additional features, you can combine long form and short form content or build like a new in-between thing. There's this client I really like called Anisoda, which is kind of like a third-party Blue Sky client, but it also defines a bunch of its own new lexicons on top of the Blue Sky lexicons that it interacts with to make kind of a game out of browsing your social media. Like, you'll actually have a health bar and you'll take damage by reading too many posts, which I think is a nice way to summarize how we all feel about this some of the time. And it's also a really fun experimental way to build on the network with the tools that already exist. Like, you can get quite creative by just remixing the data we already have. And I would say if you look at the actual data models that Anisoda uses, it's like 2/3 Blue Sky lexicons, 1/3 its own. That's really cool. That works really well. If you take a look at all the lexicons currently associated with a given identity, here is my account in PDSLS, you can see how accessible this data is. Like I've interacted with Blue Sky a lot, but I also have the Anasota lexicons, Streamplace, which is a WebRTC implementation on the network, WISP, which is personal sites, a lot of those leaflet lexicons, just really cool stuff. And we're really fond of saying you can just build things on the network as sort of like an animating call to action. I think one of the AI companies, I think, stole that for a Super Bowl commercial, so we can't really say it like it was our idea anymore because nobody believes us. It's like, oh, OpenAI said it. Oh. But you can just build things, and I think that's a really good principle to come back to. Like, we want to give people the tools to be builders, to have fun with this network, to not be passive consumers of posts, because I think that is responsible for a lot of people's negative feelings about social web and social interaction on the internet. And by going builder first, I think we support a lot more self-determination and empowerment than the last decade and a half of social has in a lot of the time. Now, I'm going to close by talking about social graphs. I've been talking about this to some extent for the last 25 minutes already. Reusing data, building on the existing network, network effects. But there are some community developers who are focused on this right now, and I want to highlight that work. We only maintain TypeScript and Go SDKs ourselves, but there are a lot of great community-developed SDKs in other languages. I actually just updated this on this site this week, and I'm going to show it off real quick. This, by the way, is our extremely cool landing page for the doc site. It has an animating globe that you can drag yourself, and it's ASCII, and it's really neat. And you can also scroll down, and we have an embedded fire hose, just like I showed off with WebSoCat, that just runs on here. Very cool stuff. Had a lot of fun doing this. If we go to our list of SDKs, I've mentioned that we maintain TypeScript and Go reference implementations. There are also a lot of community libraries. We've got Python, Rust, community TypeScript library, Dart, Swift, C#, Ruby, Zig, Elixir, PHP for the real heads. And this is even an incomplete list. There's a lot of community work on the network. So for example, if you're more of a Python social network analysis person, there's lots of people who have been in that boat. I was doing it in grad school for a while, like 15 years ago. You can do that. If you want to do this good old-fashioned social network analysis, again, we enable that backfilling. We enable all these backlinks. We can answer these questions, and you can get good data out of the network right now. We don't gatekeep it whatsoever. Followers, as a follow relationship, that's just a Blue Sky lexicon. That is not, like, again, a first-class app proto concept. There's nothing defining followers as a key concept of app proto. That is implemented in Blue Sky. But that is a relationship that carries a lot of interesting data with it, and it's something that a lot of people intuitively understand in a social graph. And so when I'm talking about picking and mixing lexicons to build on your application, if somebody asks me, like, do you reuse the existing lexicons? How much should I make? What's technically a new app before I have like a Shipathesius thing going on here? You probably want to start with that follower relationship, right? Like, that's really powerful. If you want to have a blogging app, use those follows. Build your blog app entirely new. It doesn't have to be at all identified with Blue Sky. We don't want everything to feel like an extension of Blue Sky, but that follower graph, that's pretty cool. And so if you are building your own video app on top of our existing network, for example, bootstrap it with those follows. That helps you get past the I'm doing this brand new thing and now I have to get users mindset, and that's no fun. I've talked a lot about how the way the PDS works. Again, they're just SQLite repositories that contain all of your records, that have endpoints that let you access them and rebroadcast them. But deep down, they are just your files. And so you can host your own PDS. It's not just on someone else's computer. It's not just in the cloud. It's all of our stack helps to rebroadcast those PDS records really easily and in a lightweight way. And somebody made a Fuse plugin, a file system plugin for the PDS, so you can just mount all of your posts on a local file system, which is awesome, right? Because when you're just storing all your records in a SQLite database in a PDS, you can do that. And so rather than having to download all of your posts as a social graph export because you want to quit Twitter and you want them to email you a zip file that's like 200 megs that you're never going to look at, which I think many of us have done, you can just mount your PDS. mount your PDS like a file system. That gives you a lot of power to do whatever you want with your own data from any number of apps. Again, not just Blue Sky. For the activity pub heads of the audience, and I'm sure there are several, BridgieFed is a really cool tool that provides compatibility between AppProto and ActivityPub, so that way you can syndicate your data across both social networks. There are a lot of tools that are using BridgieFed. When I look at our internal metrics, a really cool thing I've seen is that all like the professional social media marketer dashboards that I don't really interact with because I'm not like a professional social media marketer are built on BridgieFed. And so you can see that the critical mass between ActivityPub and AppProto has really been useful for professionals and for companies that want a broader reach to get on open social. It's nice to be able to go further together when you help get to critical mass with the community. I have some data that also speaks to that. If you're interested in digital sovereignty and you follow our ecosystem, you've probably heard about Black Sky, North Sky, Eurosky. These are all different hosts that are implementing parts of our stack on their own. So that way you don't have to interact with Blue Sky infrastructure at all if you want to be able to interact with the network. That way if you don't want to have to go through American servers, or if you want to be able to keep your data in a particular jurisdiction or set your own expectations around moderation, you can do that with your own infrastructure. That is non-trivial. You know, hosting a PDS is pretty straightforward. From there, it gets harder. But it's possible, and we're doing everything we can this year to make that easier. And we're seeing a big growth in SCaLE from other providers this year. This is going to be a really big year for self-hosters. If we look at the Blue Sky records, these are records in the Blue Sky lexicon, people who are posting, coming from non-Blue Sky hosts. You'll see the majority of those are coming from bridge posts from ActivityPub. That is the blue chunk. So all of those are ActivityPub compatible BridgieFed extensions. You'll also see in green, those are self-hosted PDSs, people who are hosting their own PDS, not on Blue Sky's PDSs. If we look at the label from this graph, that's like 20,000 total in a given day, and this is only as of January. I think it's actually gone up since that. If you compare that to this slide, which is all weekly posting users, which is like 1.5 million people in a given week, unique users posting, 20K relative to 1.5 million, that's a little more than 1% of people who are currently creating records, who are self-hosting in some way, who are not on Blue Sky. A little more than 1%, that's like desktop Linux numbers. That feels good. That's sustainable, you know, like that's enough. That's an ecosystem. That's enough to kind of take those headwinds and go build that critical mass together. And so I see that as stable, solid, increasing, and really exciting. And I want to see this graph have way more granularity to it this year. I want to be able to see all those users who are on their own servers, implementing all their own tools for interacting with the AppProto network. All right, so why build on AppProto? You don't need to architect your own data models. Our SDK code generation provides first-class support for all lexicons, not just ours. You can build on top of the existing social graph. You can get those follow relationships. All records are basically just gets or posts in practice. We've got a very engaged dev community. You can self-host as much or as little of the stack as you want. You can take a low-code, no-code, or lots of code, my term, approach to solve for your use case. So if you're building a feed, for example, you can use an existing SaaS implementation on top of AppProto like Gray's. And we have protocol interoperability with big world scale. I know a lot of open social is very skeptical of this big world scale point. Like, we're one of the only ones, arguably, who are still trying to do this big world scale piece in a way that we believe can be open and provide a credible exit from corporate-owned social media. And we're committed to this. That credible exit with the big world scale hand in hand is something that's very unique to AppProto right now, and it's something that I really believe in. So that is the end of my slides. Thank you, and I would love to take some questions.
Hi. How does the protocol handle PDSs which are not great on uptime, say?
Yeah, that is a great question. Our relays are responsible for indexing content across PDSs, and the relays currently do a lot of different internal futzing with rate limiting and all this stuff to help make sure that we're able to avoid any one PDS from causing traffic problems for the network, but still make sure that we're hitting the PDS again. So if we miss it a few times and the record broadcast doesn't work, and if it comes back up, it can keep syndicating records. A lot of the issues I get opened on the internal PDS repo are like, hey, I seem to have detached from the relay, like how do we work on that? I can show you, actually. I had a browser window open here, didn't I? Yes, I did. PDS. So if we take a look down here at the very bottom of this README, one thing that I was just able to add was fixing a relay desync is something that comes up from time to time for whatever reasons. Like if the cursor desyncs for some reason, we want to give people the tools to fix that on their own. Like we're in the middle of improving our relays and giving people, again, more insight. That's why I want to have this PDS web admin interface. People can see whether or not they're actually coming up and being indexed where they expect to be, but we want to give more tools there too. Thanks for asking.
For like the coming year, what do you see as like major roadblocks and how the team can work around them for App Proto?
Oh man, that's a great question. We really want to make self-hosting easier. And so, like I said, the PDS is pretty easy to self-host. Relays have recently gotten much easier to self-host as well because we released a new protocol improvement, Sync 1.1, that makes it so relays no longer need to maintain legacy copies of all the data on the network. So a relay can now just rebroadcast. It doesn't actually have to maintain like a full mirror of all the data. So you can run your own relay now, and many more relays have come online, which is super cool. Hosting your own application infrastructure. So for example, Black Sky Social is building their own app, so that way you can interact with Blue Sky users without having to ever even touch Blue Sky, the app. That's hard, because that actually requires you to do all the things you need to do to serve an entire app, right? You have to build your own indexes, your own caching layer, your own CDNs, and all that. And so we want to be able to feature and make it much easier to document what goes into actually building that application level infrastructure. That is a big, big piece because that part is still challenging because shipping application infrastructure is inherently challenging. Something else, I just wrote the new docs, like I said, really pumped about the new docs. New docs have 6 or 7 standalone tutorials on them. Half of those are OAuth related. And that is for a reason, but I don't love it. App Proto is really good as an identity provider, and so we talk about, like build your own lexicons, integrate with our social graph. Even if you aren't all in on the social graph, like being able to log in with your own App Proto identity is really cool, right? You own your own identity. You're not using Google or Apple as an auth source. You're using App Proto, your own PDS, as an auth source. That's really neat. That's powerful. People want to do that, but OAuth is not fun. OAuth is so not fun. Like, if you look at all the use cases we talk up on our website, it's like, build your own algorithm, cool. Build your own agent, cool. Write OAuth, no. And so we're really trying to make the auth primitives equal in implementation fun to their utility. And so that's something we're working on. I could go on, but that's just a couple things. Yeah.
So, can you hear me? Okay. So, how do you guys plan on dealing with age verification? Because I know there's been a lot of talk about that recently.
Oh, yeah. So we were, I believe, the first, or very, like one of the first to comply proactively with an age verification requirement recently in Australia. And that caught people off guard because they're like, why is Blue Sky making me prove my age? Like this is weird. And it's because a lot of the other providers, like Twitter, other companies, they're large enough, they expect to be given a grace period by governments in a way that we don't take for granted because we're very small. And when a regulation comes in, we comply with the regulation. Discord recently ran afoul of this in a pretty serious way because they were the first, I think, social network to try to sell this to Americans, which didn't go great. It's like a lot of people have been losing that battle in the UK over the last couple of years, and you've seen a lot more UK apps have to implement age verification because the government's been pretty straightforward, just saying you have to do this. You know, I was in the UK on the way to FOSDEM 2 months ago, and I had to do age verification to access my Blue Sky DMs, which is confusing to me. It's one of these things that we're not used to, and I think we're hoping that the regulatory environment in this country is able to slow that down a little bit, potentially. I know AOC gave a pretty effective speech in Congress just this week about why you might not trust neutral parties to be able to collect ID from users, right? It's one of those things where it's like, hey, you know, we see why this is maybe worth doing, but then who do you use for your third-party ID implementer? There's lots of potential areas for leakage there. We comply with regulations. The reason that people saw in Australia that Blue Sky was asking us to, you know, verify IDs is because we had to be proactive. We don't take for granted that we're going to be able to skirt regulations. But we would really like to be able to use trusted providers and like neutral parties to do that where possible, and we're paying pretty close attention to that conversation.
Are you actually collecting ID information in Australia, or are you pushing that off to a third party?
We push it off to a third party in markets where we're required to.
Have you seen a response from their citizenship? Are they okay with that third party, or are they kind of revolting the same way we are and people in the UK and other places have?
I think the UK, for the most part, has kind of accepted it in a way that Americans have yet to accept it.
What about in Australia? Is their provider already been caught afoul of I guess keeping their promise of, because all of them say that, oh, we're going to get rid of the data after X amount of time.
Yeah, not to my knowledge, but I agree with you. It's probably a matter of when, not if, right? And it's not great. And I would like to see the public infrastructure for providers keep up with public requirements to collect this ID in the first place. I would like to see that shift towards a more neutral organization than currently exists for it, if we have to do it at all. Thank you.
On that same topic, how does age verification interact with self-hosting PDSs?
So far, it does not. We've actually had someone opened an issue from Eurosky just a week ago to propose that we should put the age verification in the PDS, and we push back on that for now, saying that belongs to the application layer. We will see where that goes, but this is all very new.
Well,
Good
my
question.
question is really like, if I host my own PDS
Yeah.
and then bridge to the main network or join the main network, like
Yeah.
is the main network eventually going to require that I somehow prove my identity or prove that I'm following the regulations, something like that?
I would say in the worst case scenario, it would probably just be like one database flag that gets stored that is like, has user passed verification in jurisdiction? Yes. And there's not going to be any more associated with your account there. But again, I think we're currently thinking this doesn't belong in the PDS and it belongs in the app layer.
Okay.
We'll see where that goes.
What do you think about hosting things that aren't really social or very much content on the PDS? Like one weird project that I've been thinking about is hosting DNS records in a PDS.
Yep.
Ignore the bootstrap problem of if your PDS goes down, you no longer have access to your PDS.
Yeah.
Don't think about it.
Yep. We've had a lot of people talk or like have similar ideas, right? The PDS is a pretty attractive model for just where you put your data. Like it's not quite a blob store. It's not quite a bucket, but we are doing work this year on permissioned data. So you can actually have ACLs in your PDS for data that you do not want to be rebroadcast everywhere, right? The fact that the entire network is public right now obviously imposes some limits in the kinds of things people want to put in PDSs. But as our permission data model matures, and you can read my colleague Daniel Holmgren's blog series about that, it's super cool. I think there is going to be more desire to just use these as generic data stores. And please do join that conversation because it's currently very open-ended.
A follow-up to that, what would the impact be on the data infrastructure that you guys have to pay for?
Yeah. People eventually ask that question, right? They're like, hey, isn't this all fairly expensive? And the application Streamplace, I think I mentioned, that's implementing like a WebRTC type solution on top of App Protos. They're trying to have, it's like Twitch for like a streaming solution, for example. And I've talked to the maintainer of Streamplace. Right now, one of their ideas for how to collect revenue from paying users is to gatekeep the high quality video transcoding, right? And that makes sense, because if you're paying for bandwidth, you're paying for bandwidth on a PDS, you know. Right now, everybody who posts a video to Blue Sky, it goes through 3 megabit H.264 transcoding. That kind of sucks. I've done a lot of video work. 3 megabit H.264 is not very good, right? Everyone complains like, hey, your video quality sucks. And I'm like, yeah, but for a reason. Yeah. But again, if you wanted to have a service and you wanted to charge, you know, for like 20 megabit 4K H.265, like that's a pretty effective thing to try to gatekeep in your revenue model. You're not actually gatekeeping access to any data or features. You're just having someone pay you for storage. And so I think there's something there. And as people try to figure out, you know, like what a business model looks like building on top of all this open data, there's a lot of granularity.
Is it too early to have case studies to talk about like relationships that you had with governments, like outside of the U.S., where sovereignty is important to these governments?
I would say it is not too early, but a lot of those conversations are already happening in public. So a lot of people are trying to get the EU excited about AppProto right now for good reason, because it provides a lot of hooks into an audience that they want their message to reach and helps avoid a lot of the nastiness around the US government. Like, those conversations are all happening in public, and so I would just get involved and, you know, it's nice, right, when it's all just there. But there's less happening behind the scenes than you think. It's all pretty much, you know, it's just there for you, yeah.
Is it possible to self-host any, I guess, private infrastructure using the AT protocol where you don't want to publish in public? Or so a lot of the components, do they share openly by default, or are they able to be run? I mean, if you run them like offline in a dedicated network, is that possible? Or could they by natively be peer-to-peer within a private infrastructure?
There is no permissioned or private data on protocol yet. That is something that there will be shipping this year. We're currently in the design phase for that because a lot of people have asked for it. The way that DMs work in Blue Sky right now, or the way that user preferences work, those are just at the application level right now. Those are not on protocol, so to speak. Because we implement a lot of the same APIs at different parts of the stack, which helps us, again, shift traffic load off the PDS, for example, we can use very similar, you know, API structures and just put the data in the app rather than in the PDS. This is not a great model long term, and we don't want to do that wherever possible, which is why we're shifting towards putting permission data on protocol. Thank you for all the wonderful questions, by the way. I really appreciate the engagement.
For permission data model, would it be possible, like, I assume that's both for reading, but also is it for writing and how you can interact with records?
Yep, sure is. We have a few different use cases. So we talk about, you know, like syndicating a post that you want someone to have to be able to subscribe to, or like a private group, or all these different things. And, you know, some of them are harder than others, so we're trying to solve for a way that will address all of them. So you can have, you know, your private subreddit on AppProto, you can have your subscriber Substack on AppProto, you can have your group DMs and things like that.
Part of my thinking is, for example, like letting people write records into your PDS, kind of, not quite arbitrarily, but.
That is also being actively discussed right now. That's a big can of worms. Yep.
How would that work with different app views? Because the app view obviously needs to be able to access this private data.
Would different app views have different access to private data?
Well, sorry, how would this work with app views? You basically have to
Yeah.
give your app view access to everything you have access to.
So that's a good question, and this is a long conversation. I would encourage you to read my colleague's blogs because he gets well into it, but what I can say is one of our earliest models for private data that we've moved away from was having the app views like proxy all requests around permissions, right? Where it's like you're only granting access to a private bucket to a particular app, and everybody who wants to be able to access that same permission data has to do so through apps that have been granted permissions to it. We discarded that because we thought it got too app-centric and away from the PDS as a model to a point. And so we're working in a way to be able to do permission data that is not that app-centric. But yeah, there's way more where that came from. Woo! Yeah.
Is there any talk about large file support or?
Yes, we only use Git LFS, everyone's favorite tool. So blobs are something that are allowed right now in the protocol. And so when you have like an image attached to a Blue Sky record, that's just a reference to a blob that's stored in the CDN. And we have a lot of different ways for proxying and handling blobs defined in our docs. So we have a pretty graceful way of saying this blob is associated with this record. You can run like a sidecar service for video transcoding, which is what we do, and just have different endpoints that interact with the existing record structure. Records themselves are just JSON.
The project you mentioned that was using a file system mount, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Or do you know the constraints on what that supports currently? And those are communicatable, right? Not just for personal use?
Yeah, not off the top of my head.
So can the things that are uploaded there, they're shared, right? They're publishable.
So basically what you would do, it's all public data, but the way the file system, the Fuse plugin works, to the best of my knowledge, is it just implements like the PDS read-write endpoints for your PDS that you can then go into. Yeah.
Right, I think that concludes our talk for today. We had this great one with Alex here. We are going to be having another talk later in about 15, 20 minutes from now. But let's give it a round of applause for Alex. Thank you for this great talk. Thank you all, and I hope you are back here at whatever time it says on the schedule. At 12:30.
Testing, testing. Check. Words, more words, good words. Hi, everybody. Thumbs up in the back, sweet. PHP, don't hate me. Oh my God, look away. I should have said bash. Why didn't I say bash?
PHP is a funny joke.
I already got my first screw up out of the way, guys. Okay, we're good now.
Awesome. All right, I'm going to turn this off.
Okay. Is the AV team happy? Sweet.
The ATV, I don't have words in my mouth. Okay. This is a talking voice. This is a different voice. Okay. Okay. We got like 5 minutes and we're gonna get started soon. This is gonna be a really great talk. I'm super excited.
I appreciate the vote of confidence.
Because, yeah. Because you're gonna be great. It's gonna be good. I'm really excited. We could also get started early if you want. Yeah?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, let me make the intro. Hello, everybody. We are welcome back. We are here with SCaLE 2026. This is our second talk in the developer track here. We have Gina, Gina Verostro. She's going to be giving a talk on, there it is. Oh, well, that's embarrassing of me. Did we not?
A button? Did I touch a button?
No, this is a different, this is not your laptop. Can we get some help from AV? That was
It worked a minute ago, guys. I swear, this was up there.
It worked on my machine, I swear.
It's
No, it's good. It was literally just, I was told not to try myself, so can you, I think it's an input change or something. Because that's not her screen. It was like just a second.
Michael, do you want to see what button you think there is?
Okay. That button. Which button was it? I don't know. I'm just gonna call you manager.
Okay.
All right. So let me try that again with a more fitting intro. This is Gina Verostro. She's gonna be giving a talk called Give 'em SCaLE, Joyful Automation for the Busy Programmer. She's a DevOps engineer at Sochi. And everybody give a round of applause for Gina.
Thank you very much. So yes, this is a talk on bash automation. And so if this isn't what you thought it was going to be and anyone's looking to beat a hasty retreat right now, I invite you to stay anyway, because we're going to have some fun. My name is Gina Verostro, and I am the girl with the shell script tattoo. This is just a little pseudocode for remove all negativity. By way of a proper introduction, though, I want to share with you my origin story, if you will. I am a career transitioner. For most of my life, I thought that I wanted to be an English professor, and then I realized academia is not for me. So I bounced around to some different things and eventually made my way to Learn Academy, which is a web development boot camp that was in person in San Diego. And I actually got that tattoo as a graduation gift to myself. My first job in tech was a tech support engineer at Sochi, and I started in November of 2019. Fun fact, my interview took place on Halloween, and I of course wanted to present professionally, but still be ready to add a dash of whimsy in case they were to ask about my Halloween plans. So I wore a plain black shirt and a cardigan. And then at the end of the interview, when they asked what I was going to be for Halloween, I just pushed up my sleeve, held my arm in front of me, and said, "I'm a terminal window." And they hired me anyway. At that time, we were a scrappy startup, and those of us who were new to the industry and our field had regular one-on-ones with our amazing CTO, Alo Sarv, and he would do little kind of career coaching sessions with us and ask us things like, do we like front-end or back-end more? Or what tools and technologies are we really excited about? What do we want to learn? And round about the third or fourth time that we had our one-on-one, I realized I probably needed a better answer than everything, all of it, because while then and now I want to learn absolutely everything there is to know, I can't learn it all at the same time. So I thought it would probably behoove me to have a focus, at least to start. So I went down the internet rabbit hole trying to figure out what it is that I might like to focus on in the beginning. And that led me to this. You don't have to squint and try to read all of that. I will summarize. There was a build engineer who left his company, and they discovered all of these scripts on his laptop. Things like if he's logged in to the server beyond a certain time of night, then it will choose from a list of excuses and text his wife that he's working late. Or if he gets an email from a certain client with the words like sorry or mistake, it will automatically roll back that database to the last backup and send an email with like, that's okay, man, just be careful next time. So I took this to my next one-on-one, and when Allo asked what I want to be when I grow up, I said, this guy, I want to be him. And Allo said, you have a bright future in DevOps. So that is why I stand before you today, a DevOps engineer at Sochi. I want to talk next about why we write automation scripts, because I think a lot of people, including those of us who do it, jump first to laziness, right? Work smarter, not harder. But there are some other reasons that we should also appreciate, such as brain space. We have certain limitations as human beings, learning everything all at the same time. We may want to do it, but there are only so many hours in the day. So when we write automation, it gives us the freedom to then focus on all of the other many things that we want to learn, all the other tools that we want to play around with. Another reason, to quote the incredible Allo Sarv, we came into this space because we love solving complex problems. And I just think that it is so special that we get to do something that we love so much, that's genuinely fun. Some of us are out there getting paid for it. And that is super special. I never want to take it for granted that we have this superpower. It's something that, honestly, I feel like it's maybe the closest I'll ever get to magic, pressing a button and just seeing all of this output suddenly light up my terminal. We're all just wizards at a keyboard, and that's fun. It's also a life hack, because if you love writing automation scripts, then suddenly, anytime you get a task that's tedious or boring or that you just don't really want to do for whatever reason, becomes an opportunity to play, to do something that you actually enjoy. I'll give you an example of this. It was Thanksgiving, and we had a lot of new retail customers, so that's their biggest shopping weekend of the year. And so our boss didn't want to just rely on our monitoring and observation that weekend. He wanted actual human eyeballs on our database cluster resource usage metrics every 6 hours. And before you groan, he's in the room, so everybody just be cool. It was absolutely the right call, and I definitely appreciate that. But nonetheless, I didn't think it would be the ideal use of holiday time to have to click through all of those different databases in Performance Insights and go hunting at different tables, different graphs, etc. So I wrote a script, and it was a lot of fun, and it would output the different metrics, both the average and the maximum or minimum, depending on what you're concerned about, over the last 6 hours and 1 hour. And that way I had this sort of 30,000-foot view, and I could see trends and spikes, and then if any one cluster looked sort of out of whack, I could go and focus on that one in particular. That became part of a larger script that I'm going to share with you today. So the first script that I want to share with all of you is called Daily Digest, and there's some problems that it's addressing. Number one, I'm not a morning person. It takes me a little while to get going, even with a lot of caffeine. And I have colleagues in many different time zones, so some of them are starting at like 3 or 4 in the morning my time. By the time I log on at 7:30 a.m., I need to be ready to hit the ground running. And I also need to be able to orient myself in my day, know what's going on in different places without feeling overwhelmed. So my solution was to build a script that would give me that high-level overview of my day and also help me get into the right headspace. So I'll share that with you now. And this is code. Might be a little hard to see due to the lighting, but I'll walk you through how it works. The production version, of course, will have credentials in there, but this is the presentation safe version. No free credentials for you. Okay. Get G Suite is going to pull in my meeting schedule for the day, along with the emails that I actually have to care about. So it's looking specifically for emails from either of my bosses or with certain subject line. Get Tickets is going to be my JIRA tickets that are in progress, so I know right away what I'm diving into in the morning. Next is Datadog signals. So this is getting specifically the medium level security signals. And that is because any critical or high alerts is going to hit my phone, alarms are blaring, I already know about those. But when it comes to security, we don't have a lot of those, thank goodness, but maybe because I'm still new to InfoSec, but I sort of view security signals like parents view young children playing in another room. If it's loud, if you're hearing them screaming and laughing and running around, it's all good, but as soon as it gets quiet, you're about to have a mural on your wall you did not commission. So that is why I like to still have the medium level signals coming to me just so that I have my finger on the pulse, no matter what. Then, of course, we have those database statuses just so I can be aware of what all of our different databases are doing resource-wise. And then we have good news. And if you can believe it, this is the piece of the script that gave me the most trouble because finding pieces of good news is a little bit challenging these days. So I found that when I just entered search terms like good or happy, I was getting, this is not good. And I used to be happy, and then. That's a bummer. That's not what we want to start our day with. So instead, I found that joyful and uplifting were better search terms. And I chose science, technology, and sports as my topics to focus on. I felt like that was kind of safer territory. Just a few things to think about if you're planning on hunting for good news in your day as well. And finally, gratitude, very simple. It just pulls from a predefined list of strings, something to be grateful for each day. Big things like my health, or little things like the existence of coffee. Maybe that's a big thing. But that is what that script does, and I have a pre-recorded demo that I'm going to run now, hopefully. So it starts with meetings, then gets into emails, lots of SSL certificate updates, tickets. Here are our Datadog signals. The database data takes a little bit of time to pull, but I just want to assure everyone that none of those security signals were anything dangerous. The first one was me. The second one was our IT team, and the third one is our director of engineering. So all good there. We do have more database clusters than this, but for the purpose of this, just in case anyone thought I was being really lazy and pathetic over Thanksgiving. Finally, our good news articles pop up with just the headline and little intro, and there you have it. Okay. This next script that I'm going to share with you addresses the problem of context switching when you're in the weeds, you're trying to solve a really hard problem, you're trying to read through a lot of code that's pretty obscure, and then your stomach does that really loud growl, and you realize that you need the fuel or you're never going to get through this. But at the same time, now suddenly your brain has to switch from what you're focused on to what you want to eat. How long is it going to take to make that thing? How difficult is it? Do I even have the ingredients? So this script basically just outsources all of the thinking, all of the mental energy. So again, I'll just walk through the code, and then I will attempt a live demo, but I also have a recording in case things go south. Okay, once again, no credentials for you, but in production, you'll want those. It starts by choosing an appropriate category of meal for the time of day. And oh, I should point out there's a little bit of setup needed with this one. So this is what the setup looks like, essentially just Google Sheets with the name of the meal, the ingredients, and then tags as far as whether it's quick, gives you energy, and if it's hot or cold, and light or filling. And those are just sort of the things that when I'm trying to decide that I land on, but of course you could do things like sweet or salty or spicy or things like that. And there's also a groceries section, and the script assumes that if it's on your grocery list, you're out of it and therefore can't make the meal. So that's kind of a limitation. Of course, you know, maybe people want to put something on their grocery list before they're all the way out of it, or yeah, you could still make a salad without tomatoes. But for the purposes of this script, that's what it's doing. And based on the time of day, it's pulling the appropriate meal, breakfast, lunch, dinner. And of course, these times can be adjusted as well if you want to take this and make this your own. Maybe you hate breakfast and every breakfast foods, then it can be lunch all day. That is up to you. First, it's going to pull in the sheet for the meal category as well as your groceries. And then it's going to filter for only available meals. Then we have a find delivery option. So if you're feeling lazy and you just want delivery instead, it's going to help you out with that. And then you also have this decision flow, because if you don't enter an argument, it will walk you through choosing what you want to eat from the meals that you have available to you. And finally, usage. This is something that one of my mentors, Brian, taught me to always do, just in case you forget, or if someone else is running the script for the first time, so they don't have to look through the code, they can just use the usage argument, and it will tell them the different arguments that are available to enter. So let's attempt the demo. And I'm going to see what happens if I make this bigger. More? Okay. 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 So I've entered it with no input, so it's asking, do I need energy? Let's say, yeah, I want something energetic. Do you prefer something hot or cold? Let's say I'm feeling something cold and just light. All right, so it's telling me like a pre-made salad, perfect. Now if I just want something quick, I can say something I can have right now. Okay, or if I want to say, if I'm feeling lazy. So you'll see here it says this script is using my IP address to determine my geographical location. However, because I'm on the VPN, it's putting me in LA when we're actually in Pasadena. So we can say, no, that's actually not correct, and tell it that we're in Pasadena. And there are a lot of options here. So sorry. If you scroll up to the top, it'll tell you if you don't have time to decide on a restaurant, then this is the one that you should order from. If you do have the brain space for more options, it gives you more options, and you can choose what you want to eat. And it's pulling specifically, essentially the search that it's doing is using Google Places to find restaurants within a certain geographic radius that do delivery for the type of food, breakfast, lunch, dinner, etc., and that are open at the time that you're running the script, according to the information, of course, on Google Places. not share. There we go. Okay, so that is my presentation. If you want to find me, I do have some characteristics that make me pretty easy to locate while still here at this conference. And if you want to look me up later with questions, comments, concerns, feedback, then you can find me on LinkedIn or on Instagram. Thank you very much for coming to my first conference talk ever. I'll take questions, but please be nice.
So yeah, raise your hand really high up if you have a question so I can run over to you with the microphone.
Sorry. That was fantastic. I really liked it.
Thank you.
Are these scripts available on GitHub or anything like that?
Yes, they are on my GitHub, which I have it listed on my LinkedIn, but it's also GitHub. My username is BashketCase, like basket
Which
case.
is great, by the way. I love it. Basket case. Great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Okay.
So I have an issue with remembering to eat when I'm programming. So how did you go about this? Like, that script was awesome. How did you go about like what gave you the idea to let's automate this?
You know, it would be any time that I'd be working on something and really just trying to intensely focus. My husband, who also works from home, I really, really appreciate this, but he'll come in and say, hey, you haven't eaten, it's getting really late, can I make you something? And then I'd have to go, oh my God, okay, what can he make me that's not annoying to make? What do we have? Let me think. And then I just realized, you know, it would be a lot quicker if I could just hit a button and have it tell me and then say this thing. And you could also, if you forget and don't have a partner at home or someone who will come remind you, you could probably run it on a cron job, so it'll pop up for you and say, hey, knock, knock, eat something.
All right, so even the lonely programmers can do this.
Absolutely.
You hear that, everyone? We can do this. Any other questions? All right, one more round of applause for you.
Thank you.
All right, so we finished a little early for this talk. We are going to be returning here in, I forgot what time, it should be in your brochure or on the schedule on the website. And we will be back in here after that, and we'll have one more talk. All right, thank you very much. That was really good.
Thank
Hold on, let me
you.
unmic you.
Test.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yes. It works. Cool. Cool. Okay, okay. That's fine. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think we are good. Hi, everyone. Let's wait for 2 more minutes and we can start. Okay. Cool. Cool. I think we can start. Hi, everyone, again. My name is Mushek Georgian, and today we are going to talk, hopefully, very interesting topic, which is vibe coding, or I more prefer to say AI coding. So for me, the difference vibe coding and when you don't really understand what it really generates, and AI coding when you are an engineer and AI is basically generating the code for you, but you still understand what it does, right? And obviously, it's not a secret that with current tools that are available in the market, like Cloud Code, Cursor, Windsurf, Codex from OpenAI, they make us engineers like 10 times more productive. You basically ask what you want, AI creates the code, it works, it feels like a magic. But what if it's not only you that are using the AI to generate the code, but your whole team is using it? So this is when a lot of problems are arising. And basically, this is my speech is about how to solve this problem. But let's start from the problem first. What's the problem? So imagine there are like multiple engineers in the team and everyone is using AI. Obviously, they are using some kind of in their isolation. There's engineer and AI, and they're chatting together, and it might be possible that one engineer might create a table, another one might create another table which duplicates some data. The third engineer might create some service, while one of the existing services might work. So basically, each of these chains separately makes sense. But together, that actually can create a mess, right? But engineers make mistakes. Developers, I mean, we can make mistakes. We can write bad code. That's normal. And that's why we had code reviews, right? So when you write some code, you send it for review, and your peers review your code, give you feedback. And this is how we have been preventing, let's say, bad code, or we have been preventing messy code when different engineers creating the same stuff in a different way. But now in this new world, when AI generates in a single PR sometimes 500,000 or 2,000 lines of code, obviously, like, the old way of doing code review doesn't work anymore. Like, as a human, you can't really review the AI-generated code. I mean, you can, but probably you will miss a lot of things there. You will not be able to review all the code. And also, I think when you review AI-generated code, to be honest, in my opinion, it's already too late. Because based on my experience, especially when I'm reviewing junior or mid developers' AI-generated code, what usually my feedback is like, hey, can you just rewrite this all, please? Because it doesn't make sense at all. Because this is what AI thought it's true, not the engineer sometimes. So, and also, if you catch these issues, I think it's already too late, because now the engineer should go and start everything from scratch. So basically, the old style of doing code reviews doesn't work anymore in this new world. And now let's multiply these problems over 5 engineers across multiple sprints. And let's say you don't have a proper solution for this problem. What you end up with is with code base that is not maintainable. And I was in this situation, to be honest. I was managing a team, 5 engineers. We're shipping, like, it was a startup, and obviously we're shipping very fast, like very, very fast. But after few weeks, we realized that code is unmaintainable. We are getting bugs, and fixing the bugs, becoming like kind of refactoring, taking sometimes days, sometimes weeks of rework. So we noticed that we are getting duplicate tables in our database schema, where we basically were not using any patterns. So basically, code was garbage. Maybe for startups, it's okay in the beginning, because eventually, yeah, if you gain customers, then you will be able somehow to refactor or sometimes even start from scratch. But in general, I think it's very dangerous, right? You don't want to base your business on a code base that is messy, it's not maintainable, and you don't know what might happen in the production. So that's why basically why I came up with the idea of SpecMind. It's an open source project. And I credit first for us, and we have been using it so far. Then the idea of SpecMind is very basic, nothing complicated, to be honest. So it's a 3-step process. So first is analyze your code base, then design a feature, then implement a feature. We'll actually review each of these steps today, and I will also try to do a real demo with real AI coding, and hopefully it will go good. But yeah, let's review each step separately. So first step is analyze. So let's say you want to start doing AI coding on an existing project, not a new project. And this is usually what happens in big companies or big teams, or not new startups, right? You already have some code base that's there, and you have a team, and now you want to accelerate your development with AI. So if you start using SpecMind, the first thing you would need to do is to run the analyze command. And by the way, this SpecMind works in all existing coding assistants, so you don't need really to switch, or you don't need to change your processes. You can still keep using Cloud Code, Cursor, Codex, Windsurf, GitHub Copilot, whatever. So it lives inside of these assistants. We'll review it later in more details. But in a high level, what you need to do, first you need to run analyze command. So what analyze command will do, it will basically analyze all your current existing code base. It will parse it with tree-seeder, and whoever doesn't know, the tree-seeder is basically understand your code structure and not just text. And then SpecMind also understands your service layers, your patterns, your databases, your dependencies, frameworks, ORMs you use. And eventually, based on all of this, it creates a comprehensive documentation. It's called system.sm, which basically tells what your project is about and how it's implemented, and covering all of this. this is the first step, and let's try run analyze command on one of projects I actually vibe coded by myself. Yeah, so first thing you need to do, basically you need to install SpecMind into your environment, and as you can see, we support different coding assistants. I'm going to use Cloud Code for this demo purpose, and I'm going to run SpecMind setup command on my project, and hopefully you can see it. If not, I will try to kind of go through the generated code. So I run this, and what this, yeah, first I set up the Cloud Code. What it does, basically, it copies the commands which are basically the prompts into your code base. And also it installs a CLI that can be later be used. So now if you go to our .cloud folder here, we'll notice we got 3 commands: analyze, design, and implement. Let's review analyze for now. So what analyze basically is, it's a prompt for Cloud Code which says, you know what, whenever developer runs this command, first go and run this SpecMind analyze CLI, which will generate for you, you know what, let's run it and see what it does. So I'm going to run analyze command. Yeah, because I just installed, I guess I need to restart my Cloud Code. Let's try again. Yeah, here we go. Now it's available. So I'm going to run analyze command, and here, hopefully you can see that first thing it will do, it will run the CLI, the analyze. So now this CLI will go over your code base and will start generating JSON files. What you see, it automatically detected services in my code base. I didn't tell anything, right? But it went to my code base, and actually, yes, I have like a couple of services, like I have admin service, agent, crawler. By the way, this project is another AI agent for car buyers. Whenever you want to buy or lease a car, you chat with this AI agent, and it's connected to different dealers, and it automatically makes suggestions for you and schedules appointments. That's what AI agent does, but it doesn't matter in this context. So it automatically detected these services, for example, admin, agent, crawler. DB is a like module more, not a service, and web. And then under each service, it also detected the layers. So it always tries to find any API layer, any data layer, external layer, and service layer. And under each layer, it will generate chunk files. So this is basically this is the high-level explanation of your service. What methods does it have? What classes? You know, like everything. Whatever it could kind of get from your code base. And then the coding assistant, which is in this case Cloud Code, as you see, it's running 5 different agents in the background. So now they are reading these chunk files. So instead of going and reading all your code base, which sometimes might be so big that it will not fit in the context of AI, right? Even now we have like 1 million tokens context, but still it will not be able to fit in one kind of context. So that's why first what we do, we just like, because we don't care about like implementation details yet, we now more care about the architecture. So basically with these chunk files, we get a high-level architecture of our project, and then we give this to AI and say, hey, this is our project, please create a comprehensive documentation. So I think now it's working on the documentation itself. Let's go back to presentation, and we'll come here again. So again, let's summarize what analyze does, right? So first, it analyzes your code base. It generates descriptive JSON chunks that will fit in your AI context. By the way, even if your code base is very big, this will still work. Then it basically runs a prompt against your chunk files and generate the system SM file. And what you will have in this system SM file, basically you will have this high-level system architecture for your project. Then you will have per service architecture if you have multiple services. By the way, now we are talking about mono repo project, right? Imagining that you have multiple services in one repo. Also, it will automatically generate sequence diagrams showing the cross-service flow between your services. And last but not least, it will generate the entity relationship diagram, basically your database schema or your database schemas if you have multiple ones. And now this system SM file will kind of play and be a source of truth for us. Whenever we want to understand what our project is, we need to check the system SM file, and also the AI by itself can go and read this SM file when it needs. Yeah, let's see if it's done. It's still working. Sometimes, you know, like it takes like a few minutes. Sometimes it might take more. But you know what? Let's continue our presentation, and we'll be back, I guess, in a minute or so. I see like it already generated 16,000 tokens, so probably it's almost done. It might take a little bit more. Let's go back to presentation. We'll come here. So the next command, let's say we have system SM file, right? It means, okay, we have the base. Now we are ready to start implementing new features. So if you remember in the presentation I mentioned, like before AI, how we were handling the implementation, right? We're writing a code, and then we are sending the code by itself for a review. What I propose that, wait, before starting implementing the code, let's design the feature. And here, by saying design, I mean design in terms of architecture and technical details. Let's create a specification file for our feature, and only then we'll start implementing it. So basically, to do it, you just run /design command. You tell your feature description. It can be as short as like, I don't know, like real-time notifications, or it can be very comprehensive description about the feature. And then it will start generating the specification just for your feature. I want to show you this. So, okay, cool. I think we got the system SM file. Let's review it. Cool. Yes. So now, so as you see, it generates .specmine folder in your project, which obviously you need to commit and push to Git. And here you will have the system folder, which is basically the JSON representation of your code base. You basically don't need to come here. It's just like for first analyze step. And then we got this system SM file. And by the way, as part of SpecMind, I also built an extension for VS Code, for WinSurf, for Cursor, for every IDE. So you can preview this file. Because basically for AI, obviously, this is enough. It's markdown. But for human, if you want to read and understand what it generated, you can basically preview it. And this is what AI basically generated. So as you can see, there's a high-level overview, what our project is about. Then there is high-level architecture of our system. Sometimes this is more complicated. In our case, it's pretty simple. So here, what we see that, okay, here we have a couple of services. Then we have our data stores, which is Postgres and Redis. Then it automatically detected all the external services we use. In our project, for example, we use OpenAI for LLM. We use O0 for authentication, Langsmith for tracing our agent to understand what it generates. This link is basically for iMessage communication, Google Maps API, and Mem0 for agent memory. Yeah, so it automatically detected what kind of services we use. Then, yeah, here's also some explanation, right? What's about each service, like admin service, agent service, and so on. The data stores, external integrations, some communication patterns, and then, oh, sorry. Okay, and then it generated the sequence diagrams. So basically, by sequence diagrams, it shows each flow in my application. And here we mean like flow from user perspective. For example, this one is crawl job flow. In my agent, I have a crawl job when I click and it automatically goes and crawls and scraps the data from dealers, right? And here you can see that, I hope you can see that it basically with a sequence diagram describes that, okay, this is how the flow works. So first it inserts a job in Postgres, then it queues a job with Redis, and then it triggers the crawl service. Basically just explaining how our agent is implemented. So basically, if you onboard a new developer, you know what? You can even give them this system SM file and say, hey, go read this system SM file. You will learn everything about our project. You don't need to read even the code. So there are more sequence diagrams, obviously. I hope it also generated the entity relationship diagram. Here we go. So it automatically found our entities, and it automatically detects multiple ORMs. So it automatically detected our entities, the types, the relations, and everything. And it just like wrote down. And then it generated some more diagrams per each service and some, let's say, summary, right? So we have our system SM file. And now, as you remember, we wanted to generate a new feature. Now I'm going to ask AI to generate, for example, I want to add a new feature. So the car buyers can add, for example, I don't know, favorite cars. And I'm going to call it like buyer favorite cars. I mean, again, I can provide very long description about my feature. Let's say I can even provide a PRD, or I can copy from my Jira ticket or whatever we have our task. But for demo purpose, I think this is enough. So what design command will do, now it will go and read your system SM file every time to understand, okay, what's our current state, right? And then if needed, it will also go and review your code base. This is basically depends on your system SM file and your code base by itself. And then it will take your description, and it will start generate specification file just for that feature, okay? And basically, this specification file is, let's go back to our presentation. So now, like, instead of like sending your code for this feature, you will send this specification file to your peers. And now instead of like reviewing few thousand code that AI generated, they are going to review just specification file to make sure that whatever is written there makes sense, right? For example, yes, we need a new field, or yes, we might need a new service for this feature, or yes, we might need to add some new relationship in our database, and so on. And now human can read the specification and review it, and just approve, which means like, okay, now we are ready to implement this feature. So that's the new process. And everything still happens in your same code review process. So you don't need to like change the code review process in general. If you are using, for example, GitHub for your code reviews and you are using PRs, pull requests, you can still use them, right? I can generate the spec file, I can open a PR, I can send to my team to review, and then when I got approval, I can start implementing it. So let's go back to our code and see where we are. Okay, I see that it's actively now generating the feature specification. Okay, now I have everything. Let me create the feature specification. Okay, let's go back to presentation and we will come back here. So let's say we send the specification file, which, by the way, is very similar to the system SM. It just only about the feature specification, not the whole project. And by the way, I forgot to mention one thing, to be honest. I'm very sorry. If you have any questions during the presentation, I should mention this in the beginning, you can scan this QR code and submit your questions. We'll review at the end, or if you want to ask at the end, yeah, you can do that as well. By the way, I vibe coded my presentation as well. Yeah, I even vibe coded something more, and I forgot to do that. I vibe coded speaker notes. And also, someone from my colleagues asked to record this, and I forgot to start recording, but I even implemented recorder. So I'm going to turn it on now. At least we'll have some part of the presentation. Cool, and it will record and automatically put to cloud. Yeah, I forgot to do that in the beginning, but that's okay. Okay, now let's go back where we were. Yeah, implement. So, hopefully our feature specification is ready. Yeah, it is. It's just writing now to the disk. And now, for each feature, you will have, first you will have this features folder here, and under each, you'll have your like feature slack, which automatically, obviously, generated by AI, and then you'll have your each feature specification here in the another SM file, and we can preview it as well. I'm not going into much detail, but what I want to highlight, it's first the generated requirements, right? Okay, so what are the requirements, functional and technical requirements for my feature? So it just thinks in this way, what I need to do in order to build this feature. And what is very important, it highlights the services it's going to touch. It says, you know what, I need to change the agent service, and I need to change the database. And that's right, because it doesn't need to change crawler or the web. I didn't ask any UI change, or I didn't ask any admin change. So that's why it automatically highlighted that I'm going to change this service. And me, as a reviewer, I'm going to review this and say, yeah, that makes sense. That's cool. And if I want to get more details, okay, what are you going to modify? I can read. For example, it's saying, you know what, I'm going to create a new enum value, and I'm going to create a new tool, which is correct. I'm going to create a new manage favorites tool for LLM. I'm going to create a new service for API endpoint. And I'm going, oh, look, and it says no new stores, existing buyer vehicles interest table used with new source value. So it turned out that I have some table, and AI thinks that, oh, you know what, instead of like creating new one, I can reuse it. And probably it's also highlighted in the ER database, ER diagram. Yeah, here it's saying, you know what, I'm going just to change this table, and I'm going to add this new field. And me as a reviewer, I'm looking, if I, for example, notice that it's creating a completely new table, I might say, hey, wait, but why you are doing that, right? Let's say it's a new engineer join our team, why you are creating a new table? Actually, we have a table that you can use. So in this way, I can review the specification and just give my kind of approval. And then we can say, okay, me as the engineer who wanted to implement this feature, I'm ready to implement it. And that's the last step, which is implement. Now I'm just going and telling AI, hey, this feature specification is okay. By the way, if I want to change anything here, I can do it manually. I mean, it's not only AI. I can go and change here. Or even I can chat to AI and say, you know what, no, I want to create a new table, for example, let's say, for some reason, which is, in this context, is not correct. But it's not that we are fully kind of automating the process. It's, I mean, or delegating to AI. We still can intermediate, and we can change whatever AI thinks. But in general, the idea is that I'm working on my spec file, not code. I'm talking to AI, I'm changing a lot of stuff, but I'm not changing the code yet. I'm changing the feature specification, that's it. And then, when I'm ready, I'm running implement. And yeah, what implement does, basically, it detects your feature specification file. It just basically starts implementing based on it, right? And then automatically updates the system SM file, so your architecture is always up to date, which is very important, right? Because sometimes we create documents, but we as humans are lazy, or engineers are lazy, and we never go and update them. And if you are moving like super fast with AI, I mean, probably you will not be able to keep it up to date. So now SpecMind will do it for you, and also it creates a changelog, a separate file when it just like writes every change you did. So if you want to understand how you ended up with this, you can read the changelog. Now, what is very important, when you have a feature specification file, and as you know with AI, the cost of implementation now is low, right? Basically, you just ask AI to do it, and they do it. That's it. Now you can give your feature specification to 5 different AI assistants. You can ask Cloud Code to implement it, then you can ask Codex to implement it, and you can like look and choose any version. That's the good thing about specification. And by the way, this specification thing is not something I came up with. It's called like spec-driven development. It's pretty new thing, which means like, let's first work on our spec and then think about specification. And even if I implement it and I don't like my implementation, I can just trash it because it's AI generated. I didn't spend hours on it, right? I can just like delete it completely and start again. Because I have all my engineering zones in my specification file. And that's why we engineers are being paid, right? We are not being paid just for coding. We are being paid for engineering things, designing things, thinking, and like designing a proper solution that can work. So with future specification, you can just like give it to multiple assistants, which sometimes I do, and they take the version you like most. And finally, let's just okay, it's asking to change changes to my specification file. I will say no, you know what, because I know that my request was not a good one. I will just now ask implement buyer favorite car, and I mean, I can do typos here. It will probably detect which feature I'm referring to, and it will start. Okay, look what it's saying. Let me read the feature spec and understand what needs to be implemented, and this will take more than other steps. So let's go back to our presentation. Yeah, so basically with SpecMind we create this loop, right? So first we analyze, which is one-time operation. We don't need to analyze our code base every time. Then we design a feature, we send it to team review, we implement it, the documentation is up to date, and then we go to design, review, implement, update. That's the loop, actually. Yeah, I mean, test is part of implementation. Yeah, I missed that. That's a good call out. Probably I need to add. Yeah, but basically everything which is related to testing, deploying, and like running your unit tests, running your integration tests, all of that part in this context is part of implementation. Yeah, so as I mentioned in the beginning, so SpecMind is already integrated with Cloud Code, Windsurf, Cursor. I'm working on Codex soon. Because I'm using 3-seater, basically adding a new language is not very, very hard thing, but it still requires some time. So if you are interested to collaborate, this is a good area you can collaborate. Basically, I already have TypeScript, JavaScript, Python, and C# integration. So yeah, let's kind of understand what we get with SpecMind. So before SpecMind, the problem was that each developer was working isolated with their AI, and which basically creates architecture drifts. And usually you catch problems very late, and which is costly, which I faced. But with SpecMind, basically, you have this, the AI has the full context. You basically design before coding, and architecture stays kind of in sync and consistent, and docs are automatically up to date. So you kind of keep the speed, but you don't end up with chaos. So obviously, as I mentioned, it's an open source project. If you are interested, please scan this QR code. If you like it, please give me a star or fork it or whatever, or you can even, if you can try, if you see issues, you can open issues or even open PRs. As I said, there are areas for contribution. And yeah, now let's go to questions, but before that, so let's see what it's doing here. Yeah, so basically now it's implementing the feature based on our specification. Let me close this. Okay, so now AI has a clear picture what it needs to do. Cool, it started implementing it. So we can review this at very, very end. But if you don't mind, I would like to do a selfie with you, guys, if you don't mind. I'm so excited that so many people joined my presentation. So I want to fix this moment. Thank you. And now let's go to questions if you have any. Oh, we have questions here. Cool. I was not expecting this. So let's read them. How does this compare to OpenSpec? Yeah, to be honest, I think it's one just, I think it's just another implementation of spec-driven development. And there's another cool project, by the way, from GitHub. I think it's called SpecKit, so you can check that as well. I'm thinking to maybe integrate also to this kind of projects, but I probably don't have deep understanding of the OpenSpec, so maybe I can't give you a good answer. Now, after spec generation, does it become part of the system or does it live separately? Could you explain the long-term integration? After spec generation, sorry, does it become part of the system file? Oh, okay, so yeah, basically when you generate the system SM file, it's now in your code base. So basically you commit as you do any other file, right? And you have also Git history on top of it. It generates changelog, and I think at the end I will show what's the changelog is, but also you can commit it. Same about the features. So features are in your code base, and they stay there, and you commit them, and obviously why you need to do this, because whenever a new developer joins, or even during the work, like when developers fetch and pull from repo, obviously all of them need to have all of these feature specification files and system file, right? And sometimes you might even get merge conflicts on system SM files, as with any other file, obviously. Is this thing on? Okay. If it's about SpecMind, yes. During analyze, it creates a bunch of chunk files to form the system SM file. I understand that we need system SM for any feature development, but can we discard it? Actually, that's a very good question. Yes, now these chunks are used once. So basically you can discard them. I was thinking that maybe I need to, like periodically or again after each implementation, update this chunk file as well. Because you know what sometimes happens? Sometimes AI might hallucinate and, I don't know, forget to update the system SM file. It's happening very rarely, but let's say if it happens, I always want to have the source of truth, which is my chunk files, which is generated deterministically, right? Which means like it's true. There is no hallucination. I want still keep it up to date as well, bless you. I was thinking about that, but for now, at this moment, yeah, you can basically discard it because it's just used once. Curious why SM extension over MD. Yeah, so obviously why SM because it's SpecMind. Why not use MD? Because actually what I did in my extension, as you noticed, I'm using mermaid diagrams, and I think the diagrams were not automatically being rendered in VS Code, but I think they are rendered in GitHub. So I just wanted to render them, and I couldn't do it with MD file, and I didn't want to change the kind of the previewer for MD file, so I just came up with new extension, which is SM. That's it. I don't know, maybe I overthink, but that's why I did SM. Just to have this extension so I can have full control over it, to be honest. Which is also open source, which is also in the project. Can the system SM file get so large to be problematic to break into the context, or is there some logic? Yeah, I think I have an issue in my GitHub project. So it's not happening, but I think in theory it can happen. It depends on your project size. But because SpecMind now works only for monorepos, so if you have very, very big projects, most probably you are not on monorepo, you have multiple repos. So this is how I control the size of system SM file. But I was thinking that to have some chunking logic for system SM file as well, or some, like split into separate logical parts, instead of having just one file. Will PHP be added to your roadmap anytime soon? So, yeah, again, to be honest, so far I was doing this totally alone, and I was getting only feedback from teams I was working on. If I start getting feedback, hey, we need PHP, yeah, probably I will do it. And if you want, you can even try to add that by yourself, because you can use AI to add this integration, to be honest, right? So, but yeah, I mean, if I start getting some feedback, I will start adding more languages, and PHP might be one of them. What do you think about having the test creation as part of the plan step rather than implementation step? This will guard against, yes, that's a very good question. So I have some more ideas. To be honest, I want to now split implement step into more steps. And one of them is test. Another one is a plan. You know, like I want to take a feature, then I want to create a test plan. And then I also want to create an implementation plan. You know, like just get more understanding how AI is going to do and give less, let's say, judgment to AI how this should be implemented. You know, like I want to make sure that the specification file is so well documented that whatever AI does, it just kind of different style of coding, but it will not make bad or wrong decisions. So, but I think creating a test plan separately is a very good call out. And by the way, now whenever I'm vibe coding or AI coding anything, I usually try to start from test. So obviously unit test, integration test, but what I do more now with AI is simulation test. So whatever AI I'm creating, I create simulation test for them, basically creating scenarios so I can give to my agent, get the output and assert on the output to see like, okay, how it will behave. I don't know, like, is this part of integration or what, but usually I do simulation test and yeah, and I think probably this will be good, another good step to add to generate, you know, this simulation. But simulation tests are only for AI agents when you are building non-deterministic system. If you are building deterministic one, basically unit test and integration test will cover your scope. Language agnostic, what amount of token credit usage was used for your example? Good call out. Let me check. Yeah, I think it will be hard to. Sorry? Oh, right. But it's still doing. That's the problem. I think it's still implementing, but let's see what it will give. Because I think most of the tokens will go on the implementation by itself. To be honest, I'm now using Cloud Code Max, and I just stopped thinking about tokens. Because before that, I was using Windsurf. That was coming from my team. And yes, I was always checking my tokens. I was always buying extra tokens. I'm not promoting any of them, but my personal preference is now Cloud Code because basically I just don't care about tokens anymore. There's a limit which I never reach, and I AI code a lot nowadays. So yeah, but so basically, if you generate the code without SpecMind, most probably you will spend the same tokens as it will spend when implementing. So you are spending extra tokens on specification generation, but in this way you prevent the future re-implementations. So in the long term, probably you just save tokens. So, but I don't have numbers to prove this, to be honest. Do we have more questions? Language agnostic with question mark. I mean, it's not language agnostic actually. In terms of that, I need to support each language separately. So I support, if that's the question, to be honest, I support these languages, TypeScript, JavaScript, Python, and C#. Why? Because this is the languages I use. But yeah, probably like Go, I know is pretty popular, Rust, Java, I mean C++, I don't know. And just popular language I wanted to have on my slides to be cool. What is the workflow of implementing the new language support? So basically what I do, so first I just explain AI what I want to do, right? I use SpecMind for my project as well now. And then what I do usually, I go and vibe code another project with that language. Some, you know, like mock project, for example. Usually I do like task management system implemented by Java, for example, right? And then I just run the SpecMind on that project to do human test and see what it generates. But I don't have, to be honest, good designed automated testing yet, I think. Yeah. I have unit tests, of course, but during this time, I was just asking my friends to use SpecMind and give me feedback. That's how, to be honest, I was improving it. Yeah, but that's the process, basically. And again, I'm using tree-sitters, so to understanding the AST, abstract syntax tree, that part is delegated to tree-sitter. So the only part SpecMind handles is understanding the patterns, the layers, some, let's say, dependencies, ORMs, because it's not looking to your database, it's looking to your entities to build your entity relationship diagram. So you need to understand the syntaxes. So if you are using Drizzle or entity framework or whatever, it automatically understands, oh, these are your entities, oh, then these are the relationship. So it pulls from your entities, not the database.
And we have a couple questions from the audience.
Yes,
too.
please.
So there's one back here first.
Great presentation. Could you just go over the basics of, like, say you're a beginner vibe coder, how you work with Git and GitHub, so that when you've created something, you don't lose it? Because sometimes I just go in circles for half a day and nothing's accomplished.
Yeah, let me rephrase your question. I don't think I understood it. Like, how I handled not to lose the context, or can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Well, I'm a beginner vibe coder, and I tend to vibe code, but I don't really have a good workflow with GitHub yet, so that when I do work,
okay,
like going back to it, I could spend all day and then lose what I did.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. So yeah, if you are vibe coding, so are you an engineer? Or I guess no, right? Okay. Yeah. So if you are vibe coding, the good thing that you can even ask AI to do the GitHub stuff for you. That's what I do nowadays. I stopped manually running git add or git status or git commit or whatever. So what you do, so first thing you need to create a project in GitHub, right? So that's the part that you need to do it manually, I guess. And just copy the URL from the GitHub, give it to AI and say, hey, this is my Git project. Please pull it or do whatever. So I need to have my code there. And whenever you are creating a feature, any feature, and you see that it works, just tell AI that, hey, please push this to GitHub. That's it. And it will push that chunk of code to the GitHub automatically. What it does under the hood, it commits, it creates a commit and it pushes to main. Or you can say, I mean, if you work in a team, this is not something you need to do. You need to open PRs. But if you are alone and if you are vibe coding, just say push to GitHub after every meaningful iteration. Okay? And then you will have everything in your GitHub. Yeah.
Any more questions?
Yes, please.
Hold on, Nova.
Hey, so I'm wondering though, because my code base is split across an absolute boatload of services in completely different repos, but they all speak the same language, and they all, of course, depend on libraries and similar to talk to each other. What's the recommended way in SpecMind to handle a lot of repos, given you only talked about the monorepo use case?
Yeah, so I have, like, just for information, I have that in my list to support multiple repos, let's say, multi-repo solutions. But for now, what you can do, basically, you can open, you can have like per repo kind of assistant, right, with its SpecMind setup. And then you can have another agent, which you open in your root folder, where all your repos are. And you just ask, and you just explain them, hey, I have these repos, and there are feature specification files here, here, there. And then if you want to come up with any, let's say, I don't know, like integration or whatever, you can ask the agent. But to be honest, the ultimate solution will be just adding that support to SpecMind, in my opinion, or any spec-driven development tool. So that's I have in my list. But that's probably the best advice I can give you. Yeah.
Cool. Could you talk a little bit more about the disposable chunk JSON files, right? I believe those are created from tree-sitter, right? But could you explain why they're disposable or one-time use? Or did I get something confused there?
Yeah, sure. So basically, what are these JSON files and why I need them? So what I do, so basically, in order to generate the system SM file, the AI needs to understand your code base, right, basically. So the one way of doing this will be asking AI, hey, go and check my code base and generate documentation. I tried that. It's not always working well because it's using different search algorithms, and most probably it will pull some of the files, and when it feels that, oh, I have high-level understanding, it will just start generating documentation on top of it. What I'm doing, I'm generating JSON files from my code base, basically to ignore the implementation of my method. Let's say if our unit is one method, right? I just ignore the implementation of the method by itself, but I want to understand all my relationship between methods, classes, and services, which is less information, which can be included in the context. So that's why I run the CLI to generate these JSONs, which basically are some kind of a graph on top of my code. And if, for example, if you look to this API layer, I have these JSON files, and I have a summary which explaining my chunks. And then each chunk, it has some representation in terms of, for example, this one is, because this is an API layer, it has all the APIs. For example, it says caller name post, I don't know, arguments, location, receiver, you know. For example, if I go to my data layer, I will have another representation, probably about modules and entities and everything. So then these chunks now are small enough to just inject into the context. That's the reason only. And because it's used only once for generating the system SM file, because I hope that moving forward, you will always use SpecMind to generate these feature files. So you'll have cumulative updates in terms of feature specs, so you don't need this anymore. So that's why you can basically delete them.
Just around bootstrapping the project.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
We create a history of a project, so what we have is like a set of versions of system.sm files and the log files that have the changes from one version to the other. That's it, right?
That's a good question. I think implementation is done, so I can show you. So.
Because the chunk files you just throw away, you say you discard, so they're just like temporary.
Yeah. So basically, you just
repeat the question for the.
Sorry, repeat the question.
Yeah, for the audience.
Yeah. So the question basically, let's say you implemented multiple features. What's the kind of version history? What you have, right? So I have only one system SM file. It's only one. It's just being updated after each implementation. But I have a changelog, and as you can see, it generated one changelog, right? If I want to understand how this system SM file evaluated, I can always come to this changelog, and here it tells what it did and why it did with notes. And also I get this feature specification file. So basically, you'll have a bunch of features specification files here. You'll have just one system SM file, and you have all your changes in this changelog. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so this is very interesting. I actually use Amazon's Kiro coding agent, which has a similar spec feature, but it's not as comprehensive as this. It's basically start with greenfield, create requirements, design, and then tasks. So this kind of ends on top of that by examining existing code bases, which is great. But how do you handle having code get out of sync with the spec, right? It seems like if somebody makes just changes to the code directly, that's going to pretty much break the whole thing, and it's going to be hard to get back.
Yes, that's a very good question. So the question is, what if someone just changed directly in the code, so now the system SM and code are out of sync? That's why I was thinking to implement this feature so I can regenerate the SM file, you know, iteratively. And that's why I was thinking that I still need to keep these chunk files, which I don't do now. So the use case you mentioned, yes, it's a problem. So if I start using SpecMind, and at one point I just stopped, so my system SM file will be kind of out of date. But let's say if at one point I want to resume, I mean, I don't recommend this, but let's say if you want to do in some way, you can just ask AI to go and kind of try to update the system SM file, but it will not work well. So basically, that's a missing feature, probably, that which I think I even have in my GitHub issues. I audit issues for myself, just to remember. I think I have one of them to be able to, you know, like if you just temporarily stop using it and you want to resume, be able to regenerate the system SM file. Not generate from scratch, but just like, you know, like add whatever was added after last point. The good news that I have a changelog, so I know when last time you edited it, or even I can look to the Git history. But yeah, I think that's a missing point in spec right now. If you use it, you need to keep using it always. Let's say.
Any more
Good
questions?
question.
Okay, looks like that's it. Let's give our speakers some love.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming out.
By the way, sorry, there was a question, where is the presentation? I'm going to submit this to SCaLE, and I think there should be a way of getting all the presentations. So,
Yeah, it'll be on YouTube.
Or what you can do, you can connect me on LinkedIn, and I can you can DM me, and I can send it to you as well. So
Yeah,
this
there's
is
a
my
live
LinkedIn URL
stream.
and my QR for my LinkedIn.
There's a live stream right now on YouTube, and the videos should be edited out very, very soon. Can't say.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks for
everybody,
coming.
for coming. Have a great rest of your day at SCaLE.
Good talk. Like the demo basically demonstrated what I had like hypothesized and even heard like a few years back, and I've heard more over the years, is that now we need just the spec at a high level. You don't need the level code anymore. It's kind of like you're abstracting out all that level detail, right? Yeah.
test. Okay.
A second to kick on, and then it's good. Yep. And you can say fun things.
Hello,
Sounds
hello,
good like
hello.
that. You could also say, this is a normal talking voice. This is a loud voice.
Okay.
If that makes you feel special. I mean, that's what I'm silly and do silly things. You sound good.
Okay, thanks.
That sounds really good. You're good.
Doesn't sound like it's just coming from that speaker, does it?
Hello, hello.
I hear it here.
Hello.
I hear it
Maybe
there.
I'm deaf in one ear.
Oh, well, that makes
Or you're
sense.
closer to that speaker too.
We're accommodating all channels of binaural hearing. I don't know.
Mono audio is good enough.
You know what? Actually, we are not. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Unless we have American Sign Language interpreters or captions, we are not fully accessible yet. And I think we should work on that. Because maybe more deaf people will come to SCaLE. Who knows?
That might not be perfect, but you could probably have like
An interpreter.
voice to text or
That
have an
sounds
interpreter.
appropriate. I think like live captions or something. Yeah.
But like, well, and also because voice to text can be done for free, as opposed to
That's what
Bing's interpreter. Bing's interpreter would be cool. That'd be fantastic.
You know what? On YouTube, you just get that. So once it's recorded.
Test.
I honestly,
Test.
between you and me, I don't trust YouTube's auto captions further than they can throw, and it's a bit hard to throw a benefit concept.
And they banned the use of external captioning. Stuff like
Test.
There's one called
Technically.
Open Captioning.
Test.
You can still do it, but they also made embedding videos, just not cool sometimes.
What's that? Is too loud?
You can still add your own captions. Like, am I really someone else to do it? However, the other people outside can't caption it for you. Yeah, they have to like give you the caption file and you add it yourself, as opposed to being able to accept outside captions,
Yes.
which is still nonsense.
It's a step forward, or it's a step backward, but still.
It's
a step.
dramatically a step backward
Well, I
because they removed a feature that was very useful.
It's an accessibility. Why are we complaining on this? All right, your thing starts soon.
Soon.
Yeah. So, how do you feel about everything so far?
So far, so good.
You got all that
Get
set
my
up.
slides.
How would you like me to introduce you?
Well, so my name is a little bit hard to pronounce, but it's Kazım Zadeh. If you do divide and conquer.
Kazım Zadeh. Oh, I do know that. Kazım Zadeh. Okay, I can do that.
And Abe, like the American president, not like the Japanese president.
Okay, I'm glad I got that. Abe Kazım Zadeh. Cool. Do you want me to give like a title / role, like
Yeah,
assistant
professor.
professor at University of St. Thomas?
Yep.
Okay. And you got like, I think 50 minutes, and we are going to have time for questions at the end.
Okay.
I have these cue cards, and I think for a lot of people it's convenient if I cue them like when we are until we are out of time, but some people prefer me to cue them when like we are like 10 minutes, 5 minutes, or 1 minute into now time for questions.
Okay.
But you choose, like how do you want, and do you have a preference?
No, I think either is fine.
Do you like questions all throughout and stuff?
Yeah, the questions all throughout are fine too.
Then we'll do it, then I got you right there, don't worry.
I'll set a timer too.
And
So.
I've got you backing you up.
Okay.
So in case yours fails, no, don't worry, I'm here too.
Okay.
So we got this together. If somebody asks a question, YouTube cannot hear them unless they're mic'd. So I go run and put the mic in their face.
Okay.
Or you can repeat what they say if I'm too slow.
Okay.
I'm going to try to be fast. And if people have questions, I'm going to make them their hand go high because I can't see them. I think we're good.
Good to go.
All right. Oh, you're still in the mic. All right, I think we're just going to get started. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to SCaLE Developers Track, SCaLE 2026. Here we have our next talk from Abe Kamezadeh, who is an assistant professor at St. Thomas University. He's going to be giving a talk on ORMs, Forward and Reverse Engineering Database, ERDs versus Django's ORM, and migration tools. You have a round of applause for Abe.
Well, thank you. Thanks for coming to the presentation. I'm going to be talking about object relational mappers and entity relationship diagrams and the kind of parallels between the two. So I want this to be accessible to kind of beginners, so I'll try to go through all the acronyms in just a second. But just so I can kind of read the room, how many people have used SQL in the last year or so? Okay, so I probably don't need to explain too much. And how many people have used Django? Okay. And within Django, the ORM, I guess, a little bit. Okay, good. So I'll try to skip over some of the basic details, but otherwise I'll try to go through everything carefully. So because I teach databases, so I try to teach to people who don't know anything about databases. And so I teach in St. Paul, Minnesota, but I've been coming to SCaLE since I was a student. And I like to use open source tools, but I use Oracle at work. And so I wanted to try out open source tools, in particular dbeaver. They're a supporter of SCaLE. And I saw parallels between forward and reverse engineering features in entity relationship diagrams, ERDs, and Django's object relational mapper, or ORM. So I'll define these terms, but it seems like most people have heard of these at least. So entity relationship diagrams, or ERDs, are diagrams that visualize a database's structure. The nodes represent tables, aka entities. And so this is an example that we'll go through. So we have a presenter table, and it's we also have a presentation table. So this is kind of like a model of SCaLE talks. So not every presentation has multiple speakers, but if you wanted to have multiple speakers potentially, and I think there are some, you would have to have a many-to-many mapping between presentations and presenters. And to do that, you have this many-to-many mapping table that has multiple different names, like a join table, bridge table, intersection table, association table, etc. And so this is modeling that many-to-many mapping. So the basically entity relationship diagrams are kind of more on the database side, and object relational mappers are a little bit more on the programming side. So if you're more on the programming side, tables in databases roughly correspond to classes in programming languages, and the rows correspond to instances. And then the edges represent relationships between the tables. So these edges here mean that the way that we read this is the presenter has one row in the presenter table has many rows in the presentation underscore presenter table. And I don't know if you can see that on the screen, but it's a kind of, looks like it's called a crow's foot. It looks like a crow's foot. That means that one row here corresponds to potentially many rows here. So a presenter can be registered for many presentations. And every row here, though, would correspond to just one presenter and one presentation. And so this is a foreign key. These two columns here are foreign keys that refer to the other two tables. And the edges, arrowhead and tail shapes represent the cardinality patterns. So one-to-one, one-to-many, and many-to-many. And here you don't see any direct many-to-many mapping because in dbeaver you can't directly represent a many-to-many mapping. And so if you're trying out dbeaver for the first time, you might get kind of stumped by looking for the particular edge shape that is for many-to-many mapping because it isn't there. And I'll go over why that is. But basically, the different ER diagramming tools show different levels of abstraction. And dbeavers is closer to the actual database rather than a kind of abstract data definition or data model. And ER diagrams are more than just visualization tools, and that's kind of the point of this talk. So there's two main operations, forward engineering and reverse engineering, where you can generate SQL code from an ER diagram, or you can create an ER diagram from SQL code, or the actual database. Okay, so here's just a kind of schematic. Forward engineering goes from an ER diagram to the database schema, and reverse engineering, like the name suggests, goes reverse. And now to get onto object relational mappers. So an ORM is a software library that helps to store and retrieve, aka map, programming language objects to and from relational database. And ORMs often hide the details of SQL from programmers, and that can be kind of good, but it does help to know the details of SQL to see the bigger picture. So in a programming language, objects can have all sorts of data in them, but relational databases like to have data that in tables that is dedicated to just one specific type of information, and this is what's called normalization. And so there's this difference in behavior between the programming language and the database, and this is called object relational impedance mismatch, just a kind of fancy name that they're not a kind of one-to-one mapping from the programming language to the database. So I'll be using Django as an example for the object relational mapper, and Django's object relational mapper also has a two-way transformation process. So it can take programming language code, class definitions, and generate SQL table definitions from that. And this is called migration. And there's a couple of commands actually that we'll go through. And then so that corresponds to forward engineering. And then what corresponds to reverse engineering is where you take database code and generate Python class definitions from that. And this is a command line argument called inspectdb. Okay, so here is the schema for migrate and inspectdb. So you can see it's pretty similar to the forward and reverse engineering. I'll go over these more, but these are just some examples that you may have heard of. It sounds like most people have heard of Django, but there's other ORMs and there's other ERDs. If you were in the talk before this one, there's other tools like Mermaid that can also generate entity relationship diagrams. So any relationship diagrams in object relational mapper features have different names. So one of the things that I wanted to do is to present them together because I think it's kind of interesting. Just in case you didn't register it before, this is the similarity of both processes. The only thing that's different is we're going to and from an ER diagram with the forward and reverse engineering, and we're going to and from a models.py file in the case of the object relational mapper. So I kind of wish that I had realized this earlier, so hopefully it'll help others. And it also helps to understand other tools like UML, Unified Markup Language, or Modeling Language, and PyReverse. So PyReverse is a pretty useful tool that if we have time, I will present that. So I want to describe and compare and contrast forward and reverse engineering in dbeaver to Django's migration and inspectdb commands, and compare and contrast ER diagramming tools, and give a tutorial example with dbeaver and Django, and show parallel techniques from this PyReverse tool. And two-way communication is ideal, so please ask questions, or if you want to share anything, please feel comfortable. So while I'm on the slide, does anyone have any questions? Keep going? Okay. So first, forward and reverse engineering. I think I'll go over this quickly. So I think everyone knows SQL. We can divide SQL into different parts. The two parts that are salient here are data definition language and data manipulation language. And the data definition language is where we create table structure. And that's going to be primarily where both of these tools work at. But Django's object relational mapper also does migration of data, not just the database design. Okay, so there's different levels of abstraction in ER diagrams, and if you want to compare the different tools, you kind of need to have reference to these different levels of abstraction. So at the most abstract level, you just have entities and relationships, and this is just something that I made. It isn't any one particular tool, but here you can see a many-to-many mapping directly between, this example is institute and students, so maybe this is like a college or school name, and then this is the student. So the way that we would read this is one student can have many institutes that they're affiliated with, but they need to have at least one. And so that's kind of like there's no free-range students. And then the institute can have many students, but an institute may have 0 students. So maybe the institute is just a research institute and there's no students. Okay, so that's the most abstract level. Then we can go a little bit more detail and add the columns, and then go into a little bit more detail and add these join tables. So there's a lot of different names for these, like join, bridge, junction tables, associative entities. So this is still a many-to-many mapping between student and institute, but it has this third table implementing the many-to-many mapping. Okay, and so some tools will require you to make this third table, and other tools will do it for you automatically. And dbeaver is in the latter case where we'll have to make this manually. But in Django, we'll see that this third table will be created automatically. Okay, and I went through the forward engineering and reverse engineering already. And so you can think of forward engineering as exporting the ER diagram to a database schema, and reverse engineering as importing the database schema into an ER diagram. Question?
Or like user-defined functions, or they fit into that? Because I design things where it's some app, one table to another, you have to throw in a function.
Okay. Yep, I'll repeat the question, thanks. Yep, so the question was how do user-defined functions fit in here? So some tools will not only generate the create table statements, but also things like surrogate keys and triggers, and they may also create user-defined functions too. But I'm not 100% sure about those, but I know triggers are something that these will sometimes generate for you. So that saves a lot of work. I don't see that in dbeaver, so that one, it seems like you have to do that manually. Question?
Yeah, just kind of expanding on that. Is there a representation of that in the model itself, or in the visualization?
Yeah, in the visualization, sometimes there's different symbols. So these are kind of the standard symbols, but for example, one that I've seen in Oracle Data Modeler is no transferability. So you can kind of think of these relationship as a child and a parent relationship. And so no transferability means that you can't basically adopt a child or kind of transfer their parents. And so there is another symbol for that. And that's implemented as like a trigger that will run before you update the foreign key of the child table. And so that is pretty handy that you can do that so you don't have to worry about the logic of the triggers.
But that's what like lives outside of this. It's not like another table that's where the mechanics happen.
Yeah, no, it would be represented in the symbols. Yep. And I don't have an example of that, but yeah, that it would be a different symbol. And so actually, these are kind of the standard symbols, and there are some other symbols too, like for cascading deletes. Sometimes they'll have a different symbol for that. Good questions. Any other questions? So that is one of the things that's nice about some of the tools, that it does have these other kind of constraints. Okay, so this is a kind of historical ER diagram that ER diagrams have been around since the 70s, so before I was born, and they don't look like this anymore. So this was before they had the crow's foot style diagram, and this is a case where you have the many-to-many mapping directly displayed. So this is PG Modeler. And here's the one that we saw again, and so here's some of the synonyms for this third table: intersection table, association table, bridge table, junction table, join table. It's kind of a pain that there's all these terms. Does anyone have a favorite term for this? Lookup table? Okay, I didn't put that. Pivot table. So it's a pain teaching to new students, but I like to tell the students that whenever you have this phenomena where there's a lot of words for the same thing, it's kind of a display of the importance of the thing. So a lot of people have took it upon themselves to name it. Okay, so dbeaver is the one that I'm going to be showing, and that is a supporter of SCaLE. It supports a lot of different databases. It's kind of like a freemium model, or there's a paid version that includes forward engineering, but the community one does not. It's more database-centric as opposed to modeling-centric, so it doesn't include these many-to-many mappings. MySQL Workbench, I believe it's, I'm not expert at this, but I believe it's similar to dbeaver, that you'll have to make these lookup tables, pivot tables, intersection tables. PG Modeler is more modeling-centric. Another thing that you can kind of tell what is modeling-centric and what is kind of more database-centric is whether the ER diagram software is bundled with the same IDE for writing SQL. And so PG Modeler and Oracle Data Modeler are standalone tools for ER diagrams. They don't allow you to run SQL code in those tools. And these are kind of like mirror images. So this one is open source, but it's not free, and this one is free, but not open source. And this one, if you can compile it, it's free. And if you kind of vibe compile it, it might take an hour or so. And then Schema Spy is just reverse engineering. Irwin, I'm not too familiar with that, but it's not free or open source. And then there's DB Schema, which is a software as a service. And then the presentation before this mentioned Mermaid. And so that's a kind of more general markup language that you can use to generate all different kinds of diagrams. So some pros and cons: the ER diagrams are visual, they have a GUI, you can manage different levels of detail, ideally. Sometimes they're kind of a specific level of abstraction. It's easier for beginners. It may or may not be integrated with the database IDE, and it keeps relational database theory as opposed to object-oriented design. And the cons are that the tools are often specific to databases, and there's not always both forward and reverse engineering features. Sometimes they're only available in enterprise editions, and they're not designed to be integrated into applications. They're not like libraries, they're just tools. And I put this as both a pro and a con because sometimes it's nice to have everything in one tool, but sometimes it's also nice to just have one tool for each purpose. Okay, so now moving on to Django. Django is a Python server-side web framework. Usually the kind of focus is the web server, of course, but the ORM is very powerful, and we'll be considering that part, not really looking at the web part. The component deals with mapping objects that are defined in Python to the relational database. Here's some other object relational mappers. Does anyone have any hot takes on comparisons between these? Yep.
I've had a lot more flexibility using expressivity using Django's ORM than just straight up SQL alchemy.
Okay.
Yeah, I found it's more expressive because it's more declarative in that way.
Yep. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, should we run that?
My hot take is that I honestly decided not to use them.
Okay. So just straight SQL.
Yeah. Admittedly, this was because I decided to do a project I decided to not use it for my main project in order to learn SQL.
Okay.
And I also just like SQL.
Okay. But do you have something to do the sanitization of the user inputs?
Yeah, the Python default library can sanitize.
Okay. Good. Over there.
I've used quite a bit of the entity framework and the having the ability to do like select where all that kind of stuff in code is really, really nice. It's very easy to show people how it's going to.
Is that L-link or LINQ?
LINQ, yeah, link.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Just getting started with both of them. I started using Tortoise, which is being sold as, hey, it deals well with Python async IO. The training materials were unusable, and so I decided, okay, I'll try and fall back to SQL alchemy. It at least has a lot of training materials. It's not all great, but at least it's there.
Okay. Good. Thanks. I didn't consider that, but good to know and put that on the list for the future. Another question?
Yeah, I hate to bring PHP into the mix, but Laravel has a really good, query builder and ORM, and it makes PHP tolerable.
Okay. Okay, good to know. So Laravel is also another option. Okay, and so like I said, the migrations are roughly equivalent to forward engineering, but they have version information and they also move data. And then the inspect DB is when we want to have an existing database and we're managing it ourselves, not managing it with Django. And this is roughly equivalent to reverse engineering. Okay, so Django has really good cross-database support. In the demo, I'm going to kind of go between Postgres and SQLite, and it's used as a library. There's command line scripting support, and you can do more than just forward and reverse engineering. Like I said, you can store the migrations both in the database and in version control. And it's not as beginner friendly as ER diagrams. There's no GUI. It's not integrated in the, there's not IDE support. There may be some, but it's not like kind of Django IDE. And also it prioritizes object-oriented design over strict relational database design, and this is what's called a leaky abstraction. It's kind of what leaks through this object relational impedance mismatch. Okay, so now I'll go over a demo of how to, well, first I'm going to go over forward engineering. So we're going to go to dbeaver and convert the entity relationship diagram to Postgres. Then we're going to go to Django and show the corresponding kind of forward engineering equivalent, where we're going to write some Python code and create table statements. Yep? Yes, yeah, so it wouldn't be how somebody would design the database schema if they were just using SQL. I'll try to point that out later. Thanks. Okay, and then the third part, we're going to do reverse engineering. So we're going to go back to, we're going to look at the tables that were created by Django, and then we will see them in dbeaver, and then we'll look at the tables that were created by dbeaver and show the automatically generated Python code from that. And so this is kind of the general flow that we're going to do. We're going to create an ER diagram, then do forward engineering to Postgres, then we'll create this models.py file, do migration, which is kind of AKA forward engineering, to SQLite, which is the default database for Django when you are just doing development. Then we'll do reverse engineering. We'll see that Django has a lot more tables that are created by default, and it also has this intersection table, join table that's created automatically. Then finally, we'll go from the code that was, the SQL code that was generated from dbeaver, and then we will generate Python classes that can be imported into Django. Okay, so first we will convert the ER diagram to SQL create table statements. And so this is kind of the flow that I'm going to do, and I'll switch over to dbeaver. So dbeaver has this, so I already have the diagram kind of pulled up. Let me close that so you'll kind of get the taste of creating a diagram from scratch. So you go to the connection that you want to create a diagram for. So the diagram doesn't live independently from the connection. And that's kind of why I called this database-centric rather than modeling-centric. Sorry, well, you won't have to read that. What you do is you go to the connection. This allows you to browse the connections. And I have this empty public schema. And I think in pretty much anywhere, if you click here and go to, I guess you have to go one step down. Actually, if you go to like public or Postgres here, and then go to, oh no, I guess you have to go to the public, and then go to view diagram. So it's a little bit tricky to kind of figure out where to create the diagram at first. That's the kind of benefit of having a dedicated tool, that you open it up and you're in a diagram. But here you have to poke around a little bit. So we'll go to view diagram, and it'll be empty, of course, because there's nothing here. And what we'll do is we'll just right-click and then go to create new table. And we'll call one table presenter, presenter. And then in here, so I made the font bigger so you could see, but now it's kind of a little bit, the font is now, the columns are overlapping. But, so what you do is, start in the columns. So even though we'll create the index first, you can create the index in the columns heading. So we'll go create new column, and the first column we'll say is ID. And so this is a little bit small. This is data type serial, not like the kind you eat for breakfast, but like a incremental ID. And we'll say that it's not null, and we'll set it to be a unique column, and the it's going to be a primary key. So that already creates the primary key. So other tools may automatically create the primary key for you. This one is a little bit, like I said, more closer to the underlying SQL, so you have to create the IDs manually. And then I'll create a column called name, like the presenter's name, and I'll make this text, and I'll say that it's not null. I'll say OK, and then I'll do the same for email. I'll make this text data type and not null. Okay, so now we have this entity, the columns defined, and we'll go to save, and that will generate the SQL for us. So this is pretty nice that it will generate the SQL for us. If you're learning databases, this can kind of help you to learn the create table statements by seeing kind of the picture getting converted to SQL. So we'll say execute, and then now if we go to diagram here, we'll see this in the diagram. This is one of the kind of wonky things that if you try to create a table here, it will give you a different, like the look is a little bit different than the dialog earlier. So it just goes directly into the columns. So I'm gonna close this and go back to this public schema and go to refresh. So now I'll see the table that I just created, and then in this public schema's ER diagram, I will create another table, and here you can see that it looks the same, the dialog is the same. So I'm not really sure why there's this difference there, but so we'll call this presentation, and like we did before, we'll create a column for the ID, type serial, oops. Go back into this and make it not null, and okay, so I didn't check the index button when I was setting that up, and so I think if I go to this new index from selection, it will make that into an index. And then we'll add another column for the title of the presentation, and we'll make that text. And just to kind of in the, I'll make that not null. For the sake of time, I'm gonna skip the room number, or the room, and I'll just go add a starts at for the time that the talk starts at. And we'll make this a time with time zone, or timestamp with time zone. Okay, and I would probably also want to have an ends at too, but I'm just trying to make the demo not go over time, and I'll also check that to make it not null, required. Okay, so then I'll save this, and you can see that it was a little bit different. The index now is created as a alter statement. It wasn't in the create table statement. So I'll execute that, and again, I'm gonna close this window and go to refresh from this window. And now I need to make the intersection table, aka join table, aka lookup table, aka, what did you say was the other name? Pivot table, yeah. Okay, so I'll go create table, and we'll call this presentation underscore presenter, and we will go directly to foreign keys here, and so we'll add a new foreign key, and the first one will be pointing to the presentation, and so this is a little bit, hopefully you can see, when you want to specify which column the presentation, oh, no unique keys in table presentation. What's that? Well, the presenter and presentation we created, and it has, there's nothing in it, but there should be the primary key. Let me. Maybe it wasn't. Let me go back in here and oh. Unique. Okay.
Oh, there's the primary. I'm not sure if that really.
This one?
No, if you go up, like under the evokes.
This one?
No, go back to the other. So there's like a list of, I guess, like, yeah, right there where you're going to the left. Primary, right there, is it right one?
Primary. Yeah, for some reason it's not letting me click on this. That seems like it would be the right way to do it. Let's see. I'm just going to, sometimes the best thing is just to delete and start over. Let me try one more time and see if this, so there's the index, it's not letting me check the, actually, I'm not sure. Let me, I think it's probably easier if so I'll go back here to the tables and I'm just going to delete it and say yes, and then try again. So sorry about that. So I'm going to create a column and make sure that this ID column is serial again. And I'm going to make sure that it's a unique primary key. And just to save time, I'm going to not put the other columns so we don't run out of time. And then I will do save and execute. Gonna close this. Close. Oh, actually, let me. Yes. No. Yeah, I was in the process of that. View diagram. Okay, I think this was the new table that was generated. I'll just remove that and start from fresh. So presenter. So you can kind of see that there is some things that are, if you're familiar with SQL, it might be easier just to kind of create the tables with SQL because you're kind of fighting the interface. Presentation underscore presenter. And so we'll go to the foreign keys, create a new foreign key. In the presenter, we'll go to this column and select that we'll want to create a new column. And we need to go to column options and change the name to presentation underscore ID. And similarly, we'll say OK. We'll do the same thing for the presenter. Create a new column. I did it for presentation. Let me just go cancel. So there's, unless I named this wrong, let's see, create foreign key presentation. Let's go through this one more time and see. New, okay. And we'll call that presenter ID. And say OK, and OK. And now we'll go to save this. Oh, also we want to put an index so that those two columns together are unique. And so this is one of the things that, I'm not sure if Django does this, but it will do it in a different way, that it'll create its own kind of surrogate key, so increasing index. So here we'll create a new index here, and I will make this a unique index and select both of these for the unique index. And now I should be able to save this, and you can see well, that'll be small, but it's a create table statement for this third table. And so now we'll go to execute, and we'll close this, and if we refresh this, now we should be able to see this intersection table, aka join table, aka linking table, aka pivot table. Okay, so that is the kind of first step that I want to do. Now, let's go back here. So now I want to do the Django example. So we'll do the same example in Django. How am I doing for time? 15 minutes. So this is this part here. And so this is the general thing. We'll install Django into a virtual environment, create a project called SCaLE, and then an app called Talks. So the way that Django organizes this is you have a project, and then you have different apps inside the project. And so you can imagine SCaLE has a lot of different apps. One of them is Talks. Maybe another one would be the Expo Hall, and maybe another one for sponsors. Okay, and then we have to register this new app, and then we can make the migrations. Okay, so first step is to make a virtual environment. So I'll use UV, venv, SCaLE. I'll do venv, SCaLE. And then I will activate it. Then I'll do pip install, UV pip install. I'm new to UV, but it's pretty great. UV pip install Django. What's that? And so now we have Django, and we'll use the tool Django admin, Django-admin to start a project called SCaLE 23. So then we'll cd into SCaLE 23, and if we view the directories here, we'll see that we have this manage.py file. That's kind of like doing the same thing as the admin, Django admin, but it has the settings. So these are the settings of the project. So now I'll create an app with the manage.py script. So start app, and this is talks. And so now we have this talks directory. You can see that there's a migrations directory that's empty right now before we have any migrations. And we also have this models.py file. That's where we're going to put in our models. So I'm going to open the models.py, oops, talks. So each app will have this models.py file. And so right now it's empty. And what we'll do is we'll add these two classes. Oop. Class presenter models dot. So it's inheriting from this models.model class, and we'll create. We don't need to create an ID because Django will do that for us. We'll say name is equal to models dot. I'm just going to copy and paste this in because I want to make sure that I don't go over time here. So I'm going to, oops. How are we doing for time? Good, okay. So we have the name and then also the email. So this is kind of doing the same thing that I was doing in dbeaver, but I'm doing it now in a Python class. And then I will do class present, oops, capital. So we have to kind of keep Django or Python's conventions. So we'll use the kind of camel case for classes, presentation, and that will also inherit from models.model. And to speed things along, I'm going to just copy and paste these. Okay, so we don't have to create this third table, the intersection, aka join, aka linking, aka pivot table, because we have this. And this will actually create objects that have kind of list valued attribute in the Python code, but it will create this third table when we do the migration. There's another option here that we can put related underscore name, and this would put a list in the presenters. Oops. Yes. Yeah, so we're actually having to do a lot less work here, and this is kind of typical of what you would see if you had a modeling specific ER diagram tool. You wouldn't have to really worry about those. Okay, so now I have this saved. I will go in and edit the settings file. So that's in SCaLE 23/settings. And this is where you see the different apps that come with Django. So it's called the batteries included framework because it has all the user authentication and content types and authentication built in. And so we're just adding to the already existing functionality. So we'll save that. And so now let me just do the tree command first. So we see that we're still where we were before, but when we do make migrations, manage.py make migrations, we will generate two files. So we're generating this talks/migrations/001 initial. Here, and then we're also creating this empty database that we will populate in a moment. So the next one is optional, but this command called I don't have that here. this command called SQL migrate that will allow you to see the SQL. So if you don't do this command, you'll be fine. You will just kind of blissfully be unaware of the SQL. So this is SQL migrate, and then we have to specify the app, talks, and 0001. So this generates the two tables, talks underscore presenter. So there's this convention where you'll prepend the app name as a prefix to the table name. So talks underscore presenter, talks underscore presentation, and then we create this third table, talks underscore presentation underscore presentation. So that corresponds to the third table that we created manually. Okay, so that allows us to visualize that, but like I said, we don't even need to do that. We could just skip ahead to this migrate command, and that's going to actually create all these tables. And the talks app is just one of them. Let me just show also, if we want to see the migrations file, talks/migrations/0001 initial. So this is actually kind of cool because it's the Python representation of the create table statements. So these create table statements are represented as a class migration, which is a list of operations. Okay, so that is, now you just kind of have to trust me for a second that the tables are actually there, but I'm going to go to this next step of reverse engineering where we will go from the tables that were created by Django and we'll see them as an ER diagram. So to do that, what we need to do is go to dbeaver and then create a new connection. So here we will go select, I swear this seems like it's a different order every time. Oh, here's right here, SQLite. And then we'll find the SQL file that we just created right here. Now go open and finish. So now we have this connection and we can do view diagram. And so now we have a lot of other tables besides what we created. What we created is right here. So we see that this intersection table, join table, linking table, pivot table was created automatically for us. We also see there's another example of this here. So we have groups and users, and a user can be part of many groups, and then a group can have many users. Okay, so almost done here. So the last step is to view Django-generated tables in dbeaver. Oops, to view the dbeaver-generated tables in Django with this inspect_db. So I'm going to also copy and paste here so that it's a little bit quicker. So what we need to do is go into the settings file again, so Emacs SCaLE 23/settings.py, and we're going to edit our connection to the database so that instead of being connected to SQLite, we will be connected to Postgres. So I'm never sure how specific Python is about the indentation, but probably better safe than sorry. So now, if we do manage.py inspect_db, we need to install uv pip install psychopg2. So we don't have the Postgres driver in Python yet, but now we do. So now if we do manage.py inspect db, we'll see that we generated the presentation table, the presentation presenter, these are classes that were generated from the tables, and they convert the names, so it understands the naming convention. It'll convert to the camel case convention of the class rather than the snake case. And you can see that this presentation here, I think that's where I kind of skipped putting the attributes here. So this is just to kind of refresh. This is going from this original table here to Python classes. So it's kind of nifty, and that's what I wanted to show for this talk. There's also this PyReverse. So this kind of idea of forward and reverse is kind of shows up in different areas. And I don't have time to run this, but if you want to try it, these are the commands. So this will basically generate a class diagram so we can see the classes that got created. I'm going to go switch here. So none of the PDF viewers is kind of ideal. Here we go. So here we have the presentation and presenter tables, or sorry, classes. Those inherit from model, and you can see kind of these container relationships. So the presentation has a many-to-many field, and a char field, and a text field. So to wrap up, we compared these two different tools and kind of showed their parallel features. And I showed PyReverse very briefly. It's kind of hard to avoid AI, so I left a part about AI at the end. So visualization is kind of a way to better understand AI-generated code, and so you could use this technique as a way to visualize. And we saw that actually in the last talk in this room, that there was like generating interaction diagrams with Mermaid. And also the code generation part is also a little bit like AI. So these tools came from the 70s and 80s, and back then generating SQL code from a diagram was kind of like their AI back then, the expert system era. So that's all. I guess we're running out of time, but I guess maybe one or two questions.
So using Django and the reverse engineering stuff, would you say that's kind of what you would prefer to do, bootstrapping a new database, bootstrapping a new SQL database or Postgres database from like an existing one, like say you're migrating across SQL versions or a new version of Postgres? That's the ideal place to be using it, or?
I think so. So yeah, being able to change the connection and still generate the class files allows you to kind of be at this ideal level of abstraction, so you're not worrying too much about the database. I'm sure that there is, like that I mentioned, the leaky abstraction, that there could be some issues that you'll have to deal with potentially. But I believe Django takes care of that pretty well for you.
All right, thank you very much. Give a round of applause for Abe.
And thank you all for the, also, thanks for the volunteers too.
Oh, no, you did great. Thank you so much. All right, so I will help you get set up in a moment. At 5 o'clock, we have two more talks here in this track today. We have the next one at 5 o'clock, and I look forward to seeing you all there.
Thanks,
Well, I can speak a bit about my last startup. So I had a failed startup for 9 months. So it had been February of 2025. We raised a seed round. And one of the questions we got from our VCs at the time was, we were like, how much money are you raising? We're like, $8 million. It was going to be a multi-cloud startup for cloud portability. And they're like, oh, this is great. You won't have to hire hardly any engineers because AI will write all the code now. And I thought that was the most ridiculous question. I flipped the dummy bit on that VC that asked that question of us or made that statement. I'm like, that is so ridiculous. Of course you need a lot of engineers to write this code. And what I found is our CTO was really cynical about that as well, about AI, because they had tried AI like maybe 6 months before that. And now, a year later, he was right, like now. He wasn't right 12 months ago, but I couldn't have foreseen at that time. And that whole startup is essentially, I left the startup because I don't think it's, I think a lot of what we were doing is automatable now. Because you can go to an AWS cloud, point your AI model at it and say, I want the equivalent infrastructure on GCP or Azure. And the models can do that now. And it wasn't like that before. So I think that's like an example of how fast this stuff is changing.
So that venture capitalist had the crystal ball. We need to go talk to him. So I see a lot of questions in open source land about AIs, like where is it learning to code? What license is the code licensed under when it spits it out? I'm getting a bunch of slot pull requests. What do I do with them? Should my project allow people to use AI or not? How do new contributors get started in an age where if you ask them to solve an easy bug and they can just generate code in 3 seconds and submit whatever comes out and they don't have the skills to review it themselves? So I think there's a lot of questions in open source world about how does this fit in?
Cool. So I think the follow-up for me is just there's a lot of engineers in this room, I'm assuming, a lot of folks kind of between sysadmin to DevOps to engineering. I guess, how should we be thinking about it today? Like, how should we be approaching it? What do you, like, give me the hard opinions, whatever they are. Should we be completely using it? Should we be not coding anymore? I know 90% of the room raised their hand when we asked that question. What should we be doing?
I don't have the answer to that, but I think a lot of people here are here because they like coding, so we have to keep that in mind as we figure out what the new jobs of the world are. But I think one thing is interesting is just the terminology that you kind of hit on as you were asking that question. Like, they were engineers, and then they were developers, and now they're coders, and like the terminology even changes as our world changes, which is interesting.
Man, I'm retired, so I have less skin in the game. I had to just be honest with myself. My views on this are very different than my daughter's views, who's 18, trying to enter the industry for the first time. So I just have to make sure that I'm being reasonable with myself. I can afford not to care about this. I can afford not to fall into the hype. Throughout this conference the last couple of days, I've seen a few people walk up to me and their eyes are just lit up. Agents, what are you doing with agents? Our agents will talk to your agents. Your agent will call my agent. And then I'm like, but why? Because we have stuff to do. And my agent knows what needs to be done, and your agent knows what needs to be done, and they're going to work it out. And I'm like, so then what are you here for? And they're just like stunned. Like, what do you mean? I'm here to tell my agent what to do. And I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to be patient. And the weird thing about this, when I see another human being, the thing that makes me excited about that human is I am going to climb this mountain. I am going to learn to cook. I'm going to go somewhere with my child. I am going to grow. I'm learning how to play guitar. And one day, I'll be on the stage. I'm going to write a song about love because I had this experience. And I want to share that experience with the world. And never once have I asked them, well, how fast will you write that song? Productivity wasn't part of the equation. There's 9 billion of us, individuals having experience. We make happy accidents. And when you think about life in general, and maybe some people argue that life may not be necessary in those regards, in those terms, but we created the data set. I always try to remind people, you created the data set. You created all those YAML files. You created all that source code. You created all those bugs and the fixes. You create the questions on Stack Overflow, and you've answered them. And we've taken all of that, and we shoved it into a machine that is trying to approximate either sometimes it repeats it back to us. I know because I got the class action lawsuit from Anthropic. Kelsey, we've taken your book, we've used it in our model, and we're going to give the lawyers 80% of it, and you can split the other 20% with the rest of the authors that we've taken the information from. So these are the actual facts. Like, these are like real things. So how should you think about it? Well, if it took your book, you might have a little gripe, knowing that your intellectual property was used in a machine like this, and it's being rented back to other people for roughly 20 bucks a month. Right? That's one way to look at it. The other part is, like, you're still important. Right? Maybe some of the work that we're having agents do was useless work to begin with. My daughter gave her first talk yesterday, and they asked her, after you've went through this whole learning Kubernetes and Docker and all of this thing, how should it work? And I watched her because I know my daughter. She gave the answer she thought she was supposed to give, which is, I'm willing to learn it if that's what's necessary. Good answer for an interview, good answer for LinkedIn, and it feels like that's the pressure the industry has put on all of us. This is how you better think about it. Because if you don't think about it this way, then you're going to get left behind. We're not sure by who, but left behind you will. And after the talk, I sat down with her and I said, listen, you said the right answer probably for there, but that probably isn't the right answer. I think the right answer is no one would build this thing again this way. This is a tragedy. Like, we have 50,000 configuration formats. We have 1,000 programming languages that are all incompatible. We have 1,000 ways of doing things. And I remember in her talk that was so dope, and this is where I'm going to wrap. She started learning all this stuff because she learned how to write code, and she wrote this really nice burnout timer, right? For someone who loves studying, has all this pressure as an 18-year-old that's about to graduate college. She built this timer to just tell her, like, you're studying too long, take a break. And it was a cool exercise, something that she can actually use. So she learned Docker, she learned how to YAML files, she learned a little AWS, gave up on AWS, went to DigitalOcean. And she did all of that, and she showed us that her app was deployed. And she said, I went through all of that to have the exact same thing that I had before. Why are you all doing all of these intermediate steps? And there's no way in the world that we're like, this is the best we could come up with. This is just what we have. And that's the way I think about LLMs. LLMs are a product of what we built. That's what's in the training set. These things didn't fall out of the sky and just bestow knowledge on us. This thing has been trained by the best of us and the worst of us. And that thing in the middle, I think that's the decision that you got to figure out that we still have to make. That's how I hope people are thinking about this. You're important, the models are great, but don't forget you have one up here too. And that one needs to be trained, because I don't think we can checkpoint society in 2026.
Thank you.
I do want to add another chapter to the story that I told. So I had a failed startup with people that didn't want to use AI. They weren't using the AI models. And our engineering was relatively slow for what we wanted to accomplish. And here I work now with Ron at Phlox, and we're about 25 people. And we have several engineers that are really trying to learn the new tools using a lot of Claude, but we have people using Gemini, we have people using Codex. And I found that the people that are really curious and good at sharing and evangelizing what they learned on a daily basis, like this one engineer, he keeps a diary of what he's learned that week from AI, and it's an experience diary. It's not like, these are all the great parts of AI. It's like, this is the really frustrating part. I had to try to rewrite these tests, and it didn't work, and it failed, and it sucked at it. But he's sharing his experiences with the team throughout week after week after week, and I saw the other engineers in the team then start sharing their experiences. So I think that learning mindset and having someone that's curious and sharing is helping the rest of our team like navigate this, because it is dizzying, right? Like, I feel like right now if I turn away from like 2 weeks and come back, that like the bleeding edge is like some new gas town or superpowers, or there's all these like catchy names of the new framework that people are using, but our engineers are learning from each other, and that gives them, I think, the confidence to keep going.
So I think you mentioned engineers learning from each other. Like, where else are you guys learning what's latest? Are you actually trying things out? Are you just reading, like trusting someone that you read from, or how do you keep up?
I'd say I hear about new things from reading. And then I try them out, and I actually learn a lot from AI chatbots. I'm like, you can ask it all the stupid questions that you would never ask maybe people in the room, and you could say, someone mentioned this and I didn't understand it. Can you explain it? And then you can say, how does it relate to that? And I think it's a really good learning tool, just in and of itself. AIs are, LLMs.
I'm starting to feel like the last Jedi here. And when I go to the grocery store, I do try to find the organic things. Because like the selling point is like, this is just this fruit and nothing else. I'm like, that's the selling point? Like, it's just food and nothing else? Like, yeah, you got to pay extra though. The organic thing costs extra. This thing, it's half price, right? We made some trade-offs for it. When it comes to like learning things, luckily for me, the sources of information are, I do a lot of VC work, so due diligence before we cut that check. And we're about to spend our LP's money. Hey, why did you give this company $1 million? What did the founder say? What are they promising to do? And then I get to do due diligence. So anytime I meet a founder, it's like, we're gonna use AI for this thing. I say, just do me the privilege of treat me like a smart person just for this one call. Don't say AI, don't personify it, don't say work in the box, don't say digital workforce. Any buzzword that works well on LinkedIn, please spare me. Just talk about what it does. That's it. That's all I want to say. No, don't say AI, don't say RAG, don't mention any of the models, just show me what you do. The worst founders, they don't know what to say. All right, Kelsey, man, we import spreadsheets and we put them in another database. So I just be honest, that's fine. Some say, hey, I used to do this work for a very long time. I've watched my colleagues struggle putting information between 3 and 4 systems, literally calling gas stations to get an inventory check on the inventory in the gas station. It may or may not be accurate. They get that information and they put it in 2 or 3 systems, and the team gets in a circle and they have to decide, do we do buy one, get one free at the local grocery store or not? Right, do we have enough inventory and enough profit margin to do that? And today, Kelsey, the way that works is lots of paper, a lot of inaccuracies, and a lot of lost product and a lot of lost revenue. So we built the system to try to streamline that. And we do that by allowing people to take what they have. Sometimes it's handwritten notes. Sometimes it's actual receipts from a big vendor. And we allow them just to put it in one place. And we do leverage some of these newer technologies, because they can't say AI, to read those notes and turn them into bits and bytes that we can consume in a certain format. So we normalize on the front end, and then we just try to mimic the workflow that they were using before, and we show it to them. And say, that's exactly right, and we're getting the results we want. This is amazing, because only 3 or 4 of us at this company could do it, and they didn't want to do it. So that's what our product does. Our product takes a thing that needs to be done, that no one wants to do, and we think we have a few new primitives to finally get us over the hump. You could have done a lot of this with Bash if you knew what you were doing, but there were a lot of things that were just so hard to rig up because you would have infinite if statements to parse all of these docs, and the libraries just weren't there. And I've been working on this for 15 years. And after these new things came about, I finally got much more predictable results. I've been able to kind of see my vision come to life, so that's why I'm excited about adding these 2 pieces to the 30 we already have. And so when I see a founder do those things, then I start driving into the technical details. All right, show me what pieces of the stack you're actually using. And I'm like, oh, those are the winners. Those are the ones that are allowing people to build real products and solve real problems. And then when I'm hearing someone's like, hey, I haven't wrote code in 8 months, hell, I don't even look at the code. Right? I see those posts on LinkedIn. Hey, I'm a professional engineer. I just let this thing do its thing, and I look at it and be like, you know what? Doesn't matter, it's probably right. If not, we'll find out later. That to me seems highly irresponsible. That sounds insane, but then I check myself, because I know what we tend to do as developers: import big-ass library from written by who knows who, call function that you need, and then we deploy it straight to production. And so are we even any better? So now I'm just trying to be a little bit more pragmatic. Show me what you're doing, and I work backwards from there. So that's the way I'm getting my information, but I'm trying to dig into the details that way.
I love that. And I think you touched on the subject now, right? You said there are parts of the life cycle that we do certain ways, and there are parts that we're doing differently. So what is actually changing?
Oh, I love this. So look, there have been people that's like, Kelsey, I've been doing this for like 2 years. I was like, all right, I'm going to believe you. And I'm going to believe that the technology is really, really good now, at least better than what it was before. So I don't want to have that debate. Show me the results, please. And they're like, well, we sell insurance. I'm like, great. I'm going to go to the website. Hey, this looks the same as before. So what are you doing with all this 10x productivity? And then people like phrases like, we're getting through way more issues. Like, great, show me the byproduct of doing all of this productivity. Are you getting paid more? Like, oh no, they didn't give out raises with all this productivity. Okay. Did anything get better that I can actually touch? And I think those examples are far in between. I haven't seen a lot of things just get dramatically better or noticeably better. So right now, I don't know how much is changing, because when I was writing software, figuring out what to do was hard. And even if you did it, you could have made a mistake. Like Microsoft moved the start menu. You guys remember, like, what was it, Longhorn or one of these? They're like, oh, we're going to do this Metro theme, and who needs the start menu? And if they did that really, really fast and they put it out, people are like, hey, put it back. Lower left is where it belongs. So even if you want to go 10x faster, you're not moving that start menu. And so now the question I have for people now is like, even if this all changed, where are the results? I need to see the results before I'm all in on like, this is real. Do insurance companies go into 10,000 verticals now because they can just write all the software they want? Or do they just stay in their own lane and we just end up with the same site managed by fewer people? That's the conversation I would like to progress to, assuming that these things would just infinitely get better.
I mean, I maybe have a follow-up question, James, product guy. I think one of the things that we've been talking about in the last few weeks, right, has always been, like, from the product sense and the engineering sense, has been focus, right? Like, figure out what's the main customer problem that you have and build towards that. ICP and all. But then,
what is ICP?
Sorry, ideal customer profile, right? Like, focus on who you're trying to sell into, their problem, walk backwards from that. And there's always been the notion of, like, don't listen to the noise. Don't follow all the shiny things. But now with, I don't know, agent, AI, like, should we be taking our central product and, oh, that person wants a little bit of a different variation. So just run it through the agent machine and make it compatible to that unique use case that no one else is going to use, but now it's just such a low lift.
Until it's not.
Expand. What do you mean by that?
I mean, maybe one day the agents will also support it super easily for you, but you're going to end up with 100, 1,000 one-offs, and anyone who's had to support software, including yourself, probably wins this.
Yeah, I mean, things can change really fast, and I think if you want to know, go ask Stack Overflow. It's essentially out of business. And I'm serious, because like it was all good until it wasn't. And now no one's using Stack Overflow. I mean, not no one, almost no one. So it changes really, really fast. One of the things, and I know, Ron, you already know this, but we started thinking about defensibility for, we're a software company. If software is free, well, maybe they don't need our products. So there are some things that I think are defensible, and so we started like writing those things down. So I'll give you an example. Network effects are pretty defensible. So LinkedIn is really popular, right? Employers go there and say, I want to hire employees. Employees go there to look for jobs and they share their stuff. That is a network effect. Because they're there, there's a flywheel going. I can ask Claude to build me a business social network and it'll do it really fast. But if no one's there, it's not valuable, right? So there are some things that are defensible. And that we are trying to think about those kinds of things, systems of record like Workday or Salesforce and these kinds of things. Those are valuable too. And just because Claude can do some of that stuff doesn't mean people aren't going to do those things. So I think those are the kinds of things we're trying to think about in terms of what new things that we can build now. Should we build all those things and which things make sense? We definitely think about the things that we are building that are going to have sustaining value and which things maybe aren't as differentiated as they used to be.
I don't think we know yet what those things are. Like, I think some of them will really surprise us. So I read a stat today that said that readers' visits to like tech journals and tech online sites is down like 40-something%. And I think all small creators, except maybe video makers at the moment, are suffering from this, because now I go type my search in, and if I have Gemini turned on, it gives me the answer. It references the website, but often I never need to go click on that website to learn what I wanted to learn. So I think we don't yet know what's going to be surviving.
So someone actually told me something fascinating today, and it seems so obvious, but I was like, wow. Someone told me like most of the websites right now are really wrong. And I asked them, what do you mean by that? And they say most websites today assume that the person coming to your website wants to learn about your product. Okay. What's wrong about that, right? Because like that's why we have a website. It's kind of like our billboard, right? There's like the use cases and all that. So I was like, she told me no. She said, by now, most of the time that a person actually gets to your front page, it means that there's a high likelihood that some model or some answer engine already gave it all the information they needed, and now they're in I want to either try it or dig deeper, right? So I think there is a lot of paradigms that are pretty aggressively shifting right now. And I love the fact that someone actually raised a hand over there. You don't know, it's okay, I'll repeat it. Don't worry about it. I'll repeat it. Don't need.
So my question is hearing both of you talk about how, the decline in media being generated and media being consumed that's being written, and you talk about the decline of Stack Overflow, that it's basically a graveyard. But the model's trained on that content, and that's how they got good at it. So what's the next generation of models going to look like if people aren't generating human content?
I don't know if everyone heard the question, but it's like kind of like the AI inbreeding question, right? What happens when we run out of human, like actual human content, right? Stack Overflow is dead. We're not necessarily contributing to it as we used to. What model is going to be trained on in 2027?
I don't have a great answer for that. I think it is absolutely a risk because, and I worry about this for open source, right? One of the hot takes I've seen out there is like, if let's say like some of these libraries that are in JavaScript, or you import like, some 200K size node library to change some color on a font or rendering or something like that, and you could just have the AI model instead just gives you a 10-line snippet instead, and then all of a sudden what used to be a really popular, well-maintained JavaScript library doesn't have as many people using it anymore, and what's going to happen to that library, right? So I don't think we actually know whether that's content that's going up, whether that's a well-maintained open source library. I don't know. I do know that there's going to be big changes. I just don't know how bad they're going to be. Like one of my theories is that like the really proven low-level libraries that have hardened like compatibility matrices, like that's really important stuff. You probably can't vibe that and just expect it to work. But if it's just like a simple font thing on a library renderer, that's probably going to get replaced with 10 lines of model-generated code.
So I keep trying to look at history, and I'm not a historian at all. And usually I look at like the internet or cell phones or something in technology to understand technology. But in terms of content, I think it will just shift. I think humans are creators, and we're going to continue to create at the edge of what technology allows us to create. So I'm sure like we're missing some beautiful things in the past, like some of the woodworking, some of the quilt work, some of the knitting. Like there used to be beautiful things created that we don't create very often anymore. Like it's a hobby now. But we create some amazing things that weren't possible like 100 years ago. So I hope that we just shift up and we create things in technology, whether it's solutions or art, that we can't even imagine right now.
Yeah. I know we have a few questions, and I don't think, I can just repeat them as well. I don't want to make you guys run.
I think while you're asking that one, I think there's part of me that says, man, I loved all the skills we obtained and grew. I love the curiosity that brought about. I love being able to ask those questions and get the answers. But there's also a part of me that's realizing that maybe the UX that we put out there wasn't good to begin with. A lot of these REST interfaces weren't good to begin with. A lot of these system designs weren't good to begin with. And the demand for backwards compatibility means we got stuck with a lot of these systems for way longer than we should have. We've industrialized this stuff where we're training people on those things and giving them certifications, and we're kind of slowing the industry down. And so as someone who's like a bit of an AI skeptic, the one thing that I think is correct is that there is a challenge that should these have ever been the interfaces? And if you can ask a thing, forget the implementation detail, but if you can ask a thing and we get the other thing, that's a really good API. That's an intent-based API. We spent our entire industries, or at least my career, building these little Lego bricks of REST APIs that don't really go together. And then I watched us write documentation with just hints. I don't know why we do this. You build a standard library, and you put hints on how to use it. This function creates an SSL certificate. Good luck on learning how to use it. And he's like, but you wrote the library, like you know everything. Right now, you know everything. Could you just give me an example of how to use it? Maybe give me an example of how not to use it. Like, no. Go ask on Stack Overflow. And we did this for decades. We come up with new technology, no manual. And the community jumps in, and we all like, hey, even though there's no docs, here's how I think you should use it. And then I've extended it, and here's how you should use it. And then we go on this discovery mission every time. It was never good. It was never good. So now we have this machine that's like, there are no docs for this, but I've seen the corpus of usage, and I can spit out an example for the first time. Even if that example isn't good, it's still better than nothing. And so this is where I kind of give this technology grace. Search engines suck right now. Ads, maybe right or wrong blog posts or outdated. Just give me the example of what I'm looking for. So this intent-based system that we're developing, maybe that is the way we should have been doing it. RPC versus REST is a dead discussion. I don't want any of those. I just want an intent-based thing. Give me a VM with some storage. I don't want to call 7,000 endpoints to coalesce what a VM looks like through Terraform. Is that really a good design? No. And so I'm actually looking forward to people maybe rethinking the way we build systems to be more intent-based than a collection of components that you glue together if you know how.
Hey, so, 150 years ago, master weaver wove fabric, made a cloth, made garment out of it, great. Obviously, Industrial Revolution gets cheaper, faster. Fast forward now, fast fashion. If you wear a hole in your sock, none of you are probably going to darn it, right? You're going to throw it away because it's now industrialized, it's disposable. If what people are talking about the last couple of months in particular, if that sort of progression is true, then in the future we'll have a future of software being disposable. Not all software, there's going to still be artisans creating crafted software that does the thing, but there's going to be a lot of cheap, good enough to use until you get a hole in it and then you throw it away. So I guess my question is, if you could talk about if that's true, that if we were in that future where software is now disposable, much of the software, maybe not everything, but some of it, what does that look like?
I think my tolerance for holes in my socks is much higher than holes in my banking software. But
So I think I have some thoughts on that. I think I approach it from here's an opinion that will probably completely be blown out of the water in the next Claude version, right? Because who knows? My latest opinion on this is that we're going to have a instance for I don't know how long, where we're going to have, I'm coming from the Nix ecosystem, so I use pure and impure, right? We're going to have software that needs to be pure because of what it does and what it's reliant on and how critical it is in whatever we're trying to do. And there we're going to have a lot less tolerance for any holes, right? And then there's going to be software that's going to be impure. We saw that a decade ago. Who knows what Wix is? Or website, it's like, I don't know, I want to put on a website for my gender reveal. Like, do I care that it has 50 holes in it? I don't care, whatever. So I think the pure and impure pieces of software in the modern society are just going to be different. And the impure one, that's going to be okay to build it and then rebuild it again if you ever need to and throw it away. But I think this touches on a very open sourcey point to me that James was starting to allude to, where I think we're still going to be human physics inside of software where we're going to try, and I hope we're going to try, to figure out recycling or reuse, which is, I think, one of the baselines of open source, right? It's like, hey, we all need this library. Let's put it out there, work on it together. Now we don't have to redundantly recreate it across millions of machines every time that it's needed. So I think we're going to start finding that there's going to be core pieces of our infra stack that hopefully we can, again, package and maybe put it somewhere out there that other people can use. Maybe we'll give it a name. Maybe we'll call it, open something. But I do hope that we're going to actually lean there. So there's going to be pieces of our software architecture that maybe in the future agents will contribute back to open source with those pieces. But that's just some thoughts on it, I know.
I mean, I love this question, by the way, because I'm sitting here thinking about what would happen. Like, we have a huge spoken language library, right? Not a lot of new words come up all the time. Dictionaries are pretty thick across multiple languages. Alphabet has been pretty stagnant. Like, I don't know what it would take to add another letter at this point. Yeah, you would kill the song. And so you have all of this vocabulary, and I'm pretty sure the people who are, imagine there's probably a group of people like making words all the time. Orange, oh man, you got another one. And I can imagine that if that's not what people are doing, creating alphabets and new words, then they're creating movies and books, right? They're finally doing something with the words, right? That's where the work is. And if software maybe shouldn't have been this hard for this long. Like, it's still surprising to me. Like, I hear people, DevOps, SRE, platform engineering. And I started my career in 1999. I'm like, we were still trying to copy an application to a server and run it. All of this energy going into running software. It's insane. So what happens if we don't need to do that anymore? It doesn't mean that, it means maybe software and all the things we did to make software are no longer important. And if we could do that, would you allow it? I think I would. Now, it's unfortunate for all the people who've made a living doing that. And I have empathy for those people. It's probably where my mind sits most of the time. But if I put that to the side, should software be this hard? If it wasn't this hard, then I went to the dentist recently, and they gave me this clipboard with a form on it. And they gave me a pen, and they asked me to fill out all of these. I'm like, it's 2026. You're still asking people to fill out paper on a clipboard? Then I give it to the person, and I know my handwriting is terrible. So you probably think I have every one of these diseases that I said no to. And then they type them back into the computer. Maybe if it was really easy, they would all just have kiosks that rivaled the same kiosks that the big vendors can use with hundreds of developers. So I think it's a good psychological question is, if we got software to the point where Fabric is, you can have fast fashion. You can have someone that wants to make that $5,000 suit. You can have all of those things. It wouldn't be the hard part about creating the material. And maybe we're just getting to that point where software should never be this hard again. Just an ingredient for the thing that actually matters. Because I think we spend too much time on the pen and paper versus the movies that people watch. And maybe it's just time for that to go. And I think a lot of us are holding on because that was our profession, that was our hobby, that was our passion. But if we zoom out a little bit, maybe it's time, we don't need to do this for another 100 years. 2024, are we still doing DevOps? Hope not.
I did want to build on one point around this idea of, like, let's say it's a lot easier to create and it's really cheap. Do software engineers have jobs anymore? Well, there's a couple points that I found really interesting the last couple of weeks. I think it was within 1 or 2 weeks ago, like Aaron Levy, who's the CEO of Box, on his LinkedIn, he put out a post and he showed a curve upwards for hiring software engineers for job listings. And that's like completely counter to the narrative of, everyone being scared that they're going to eliminate all these jobs in software engineering. And some of the analysis that came out about that was this Jevons paradox, right, where something gets cheaper and then there's more consumption of it. And they're going to need people that have an engineering mindset to understand how to drive these models and to make sure that it's with high quality so the model's not doing something crazy. And we're just moving up an abstraction level. And another data point on this was, I saw people like really trolling Anthropic because they had a software engineer listing for something like $500,000 for their, I don't know if anyone of you saw this, but they're like, if we don't need software engineers, because Dario from their CEO is saying, this job field's going away, why are you hiring them still? Which is another interesting point. So I don't know how it's going to go, but I do feel like raising the level of abstraction, the skills that we've been building up will still be valuable, but we'll have to adapt.
What's the question? I'll repeat it.
So extending on something Kelsey said a minute ago about what if software was just easy to create? And so we could all just create our own software and solve our own problems. And I actually remember a time back in the early history of the Mac, there was this thing called HyperCard. And that was kind of the idea of HyperCard is you don't have to learn a programming language. There were bits of it that were programming language embedded in it, but mostly you could point and click and create an application for things that you needed to do. And there were all kinds of examples. I mean, if anybody remembers like the FTP sites and shareware sites back in the day, HyperCard stacks were well represented in those sites. And so I wonder if the problem, I wonder how much of the fact that we don't have that model of software already is, A, it's very hard to create a tool that makes software creation easy, or B, that it's very hard to think about software in a way where, like, even if you have the tool, you still have to do a certain amount of architectural thinking to use it? Or is it that there just isn't that much demand for that kind of software? There isn't that much demand for bespoke software in that way yet, that there hasn't been a reason for those tools to develop at this point?
So just to repeat the question, correct me if I get it wrong. I think you're mentioning HyperCard as almost like a conceptual model of creating bespoke software. And I guess you're alluding to the fact that you don't see that yet created in today's modern ecosystem where I can just hack my own bespoke software together in a very basic way, and why that's not there yet.
Right. Why didn't we, since we were already starting to go there, what, 40 years ago now, why aren't we there?
I think this thing where I don't know why the industry gave them permission to, but every enterprise was like, you know what, we're all going to do custom everything. That's our moat. That's our IP. That's our secret sauce. We're going to figure out how to put things on servers better than the next company, and that will be our strategic advantage. And if y'all don't believe that, that's how most vendors sell their software. Like, you know, you buy the software that we sell to you, but we also sell to everyone else. And if you use it better than them, you will get to production faster, something return on value. And I think that whole customization was just a lack of discipline in our industry, right? Like, imagine someone's building you a house, it's like, hey, we're going to use a new material today. Not bricks, no drywall. Wood is out of the question. We call this antimatter. Hey, have you used it anywhere else before? No. But we're going to build your house with it. So we have no history, no metrics about whether it's safe or not. Well, look, we don't have to live in it, but it'd be really cool if we did it for you. We're going to write a blog post about it and everything. Right? And so our industry has allowed that. Some of this stuff literally irresponsible. You work with the person who's like, hey, we should just rewrite all of this in Rust. And you're like, dude, what the hell are you talking about? This is a static website. It doesn't need to be in Rust. No, we're going to make our static Rust generator, right? And it's like, oh, okay. But a lot of the things that we do in our industry is completely unnecessary. Like, I was a big Kubernetes person. I was like, Kubernetes is great. And then someone was like, hey, man, I work at this university, and we got 3 servers, and it's really productive. It serves all the students with 3 servers. But I really want to get into this Kubernetes thing. I said, hey, stand to the side for a second. Listen to me very clearly. You see this book? You see who the author is. You have to trust me. Stay away from this. You don't have this problem. This is good for you. He's like, I don't get it. I was like, okay. There's some breakthrough, like, cancer treatments. Cancer is bad. It kills people. You don't have cancer. He's like, no, I don't. You don't need the treatment. He's like, I get it. And I think a lot of the technology we see in some of these companies is completely unnecessary. Some people just haven't stopped and said, I don't think we need that. And so I think that a lot of this complexity that we have, the reason why we haven't crystallized or settled on a set of technologies, and let's be clear, there have some people that have. I've seen some people like, man, I just run my business on Heroku, man. I wrote this thing 10 years ago. It's been running on Heroku ever since, man. I'm doing about $1 million a year. I go to all these conferences, and I see this stuff, but I'm like, should I rewrite this? And I'm like, but it just works. So there are some people that have found the constraints, conformed to them, and they're getting a lot of value right now. There's a lot of people that are winning on that regard. But I think a big part of our industry still sees this excitement around making something custom, even if the cost means 10,000 people dealing with that complexity going forward. And maybe it was necessary for the last 20 years, but I think what we're seeing now is like, you know what? How many Uber clones can you have? And I think that's just where we are.
So this is a weird question maybe, because I'm listening to all this, and it seems like there's a one-dimensional problem. Go, put the prompts in, get the result, deploy almost. And it's so mundane, but where is and what is QA? I mean, it doesn't write perfect code, or sometimes maybe it does on a small scale, but you have, you know, a giant set of trading operations, trading different instruments. There's a commonality and so on and so forth. But how do you go about dealing with that kind of complexity and expecting not to ever test it? Because I'm not hearing anyone saying, oh, I'm going to go out after I've, you know, prompted and gotten and, you know, reviewed the code visually or something. I can probably be sure that I can put it out there and, you know, test and it'll all be good. Or it'll just go right to production.
So
You know,
just to
is there an SDLC that still has to be in place to, you know, do that job of making sure that, oh yeah, it looked like it ran great one time, or maybe two times, and who's doing that work? Is it only one person? Is it going to be a, you know, distributed effort? You know, what's going to change in the SDLC? Really, the thing that I haven't yet really heard of right now.
Yeah. Yeah. So just to repeat the question, I think, I guess what is changing in the SDLC, right? Everyone's talking about co-creation and ideally putting that co-creation into production. Where's the testing? Where's the QA? Where's the reproducibility? You just flagged, I don't know, there's, right. Yeah, like a few Knicks people probably glowed blue when you said some of that. So I think you're spot on, right? Like I've seen folks say AI developer lifecycle or agentic developer lifecycle. I kind of call, there's no such thing. There's a software development lifecycle. We just ran a conference here called Planet Knicks. It's about Knicks. It's really cool. Check it out. There's, for some reason, they're still in the hallway, even though we finished with the conference. And one of the things that I did in preparation was I started reading some of the original kind of like software engineering thesis from like mid-90s, early 90s, just to see kind of where things were when we were starting to build things out there. And one of the things that really resonated with me was someone defining software engineering as all we're trying to do is tell a rock a set of constant inputs and have the same input provide me the same output. Yes. And it's a rock. But I just want it to do a thing for me. And I think I was kind of equating it to a light switch, right? When I come into a room and I see a light switch, I hope that when I flick it on, meaning give it an input, ideally it's going to turn on lights in the room and not turn on and blow up some microwave in, you know, the mess hall. So I think we just have a new SDLC with parts of it. And you're right, I think a lot of folks are talking about the most exciting thing, which is the code generation, how fast it is. And I think that's also influenced, Kelsey was mentioning VC and due diligence is also influencing where the money is going right now. Every model is trying to outcompete the other model on being faster and better and faster and better. At what? At code creation. But I think I'm seeing a lot, so if you dig a bit deeper, you're seeing a lot of different companies and paradigms work on the rest of the SDLC. It's still there. It's 100% still there. I think right now it's still kind of open season to define what that SDLC is going to end up looking like, right? And I'm a biased Knicks person, so like Knicks and Flux, and I just gave a talk about how reproducibility and determinism should be part of that SDLC at the bottom because that's really important for when we have those agents kind of running in the middle and sometimes doing things that are not exactly deterministic. But I think there's definitely work being done there.
Is that done by hand?
So I don't think it's being done by hand. I think it's, for instance, I'll give you a flow that I've seen recently. Again, plug for Nix, I've seen it done on Nix, where they actually have asked the models to pre-generate the tests that are going to validate the output that they expect, right? So they actually started, it's almost like if you remember TDDM, right, test-driven development from a little while ago. It kind of came back now. It's like, no, start with a test, make sure that I'm getting what I'm trying to get. Now go do whatever you want to do in the middle, and then at least my output would be somewhat consistent. But I don't know if you guys have more thoughts.
Well, yeah, I mean, one of the things, you know Amdel's law, which is basically like we can speed up the creation of software, but if I have to then go get it certified, the security team has to bless it, I got to get it through the production team. So all the software's coming into the top of the funnel really fast, but it's getting stuck in the thinner parts of the funnel that take just as long as they took before. Now there's this big backlog. We're going to have to figure out how to do those other things at scale. Otherwise, the other stuff's just going to wait to deploy because it's behind.
What's that going to look like?
Yeah.
That's kind of
I think if it looks anything like this in 10 years, this whole thing was a failure. Just think through this. We didn't build, apparently, this super technology to do the same thing we were doing before. That's a failure mode, right? When I go buy new tires, this person doesn't sit there and QA each tire. Why? Because they're dealing with known entities, right? Like this tire has the right tread. You can put a tread gauge in it. They fill it to a particular pressure with the standard stem. And they put it on the car, and they balance it, and I drive away.
where are we in that time?
Not in there. Oh, in the timeline. I think right now, for 10 years, the business model that we've chosen to accept, you're going to be stuck in this timeline for another decade. Kubernetes, we're still doing the same things as before. We're deploying apps on VMs with a bunch of YAML files. Some of the people, oh, this is a new way of doing it. And I'm like, I was there in the beginning. It's the same thing we were doing before. And right now, people are very frustrated with Kubernetes. Like, dude, I'm doing the same thing as before, and I have a lot more YAML files. And I created a whole nother industry on top of Kubernetes. But I think it's the same thing. So if you're going to keep generating software we're unsure of, yeah, you're going to keep testing it, whether you ask the AI to do it or you do it. At the end of the day, your company's going to put their name on it. And then your company's going to figure out what's required to wear my badge. If you think you can just let the AIs do everything, remember, and it's better now, what was that, Canadian Airlines? They unleashed the bot early, and the bot created a refund policy. And people were like, yo, look at this thing. You just get free money from it. And then they put their name on it. And so at that point, your name's on it. So whether the agents are good or bad, your name's on it now. So at some point, you're going to ask, what will it take to put your name on it? That's the QA process. Whether, like, if I use a very mature framework, you don't test all your open source libraries. Most people do not test their compilers. Guarantee it. You don't test your CPU architecture. You don't even look at the assembly it generates. That's your belief, but you're probably right. It's that stable tire. Now, right now, the software we're generating is reflecting the type of crazy, untested, unreliable, probably not even correct software we're used to. For some reason, we've accepted that as the checkpoint. So this thing's like, I can do what you've been doing way faster. So of course, to me, this is just a fast way to do the same thing. So this is why I'm not as excited, like, oh, it's going to take over everything. No, it just means you're going to be doing the same thing forever for $20 a month, maybe $2,000, depending on how many tokens you need. That would be a failure. So here's what I hope happens. I hope someone gets wise and says, why are we generating the same snippets of code over and over again? This is insane. This is silly, irresponsible. There was a musician, I believe, before AI. He just generated every melody and went to court. The ones that were spoken for, those are copyrights. The rest of them are public domain now. We're done with this debate. Every melody is generated once. So feel free, musicians, to make the music. You won't be sued anymore for the majority of this, and it's only a matter of time before the other copyrights expire, and no more melody lawsuits. At some point, when do the models start contributing back? Hey, there's 1 million people using this tool. All of you, for some reason, are trying to do SAML integration. When do you just create the perfect library that just does that correct? And then it's well tested, it's bulletproof. You can test it again if you want, but you're going to get the same results. So I think we hopefully end up there, and if we don't, then we all got taken for a ride to start paying a toll fee to write software versus being able to do it for free.
So I know we have a little bit of time, so I'm going to do a lightning round for folks that had their hands up. You go first. I won't repeat that part. He's very excited. Go ahead.
The thing I'm worried about is like what Mitchell's vouch.
Yeah.
This idea of slop, and like I get it, right? It's insane to be a maintainer right now, but it worries the shit out of me. Sorry, pull requests and identity and who you are. And I think it's sort of like, I've been doing this for a long time, and that scares me.
Yeah.
That we're going to collapse a system that has worked, Kelsey
Yeah.
said earlier, has given us all this.
I'll repeat that really quickly just for a
Go ahead.
second. He was mentioning, if folks are not familiar, Mitchell Hashimoto was built a system called Vouch. He most recently was building Ghosty, and he was getting AI slop, AI generated pull requests and slop, and he wanted to do some verification of who's doing it and who's not, and that and what was said here is that we've had a model, especially in the open source domain, that has been working, right? Humans coming together, getting together to work on a common goal, on a common piece of software that we all want to make better, and it's just worked because of the human aspect of it. What if that AI model just comes in and breaks out something that's been working for 30 years or longer? Yeah. Yeah.
So my first comment to that was always like, these LLMs learned from something. So we've had a lot of bad behavior out there that they've also learned in addition to the good behavior. But a plug, I did a talk yesterday about this. I tried to make it super interactive like this one with everyone contributing what was working in their projects and what wasn't working. So there were a lot of great ideas that came out of that. But I think my second point is always that agent, we talk about the agents, and in the news it's like the agent did this and the agent did that. But somebody created that agent, and somebody paid for those tokens. So that agent, maybe it went rogue, but somebody was responsible for it, and that person didn't fess up for quite a while. So I think we have a human problem, a process problem, and something we all need to work out together.
Yeah. I'm just one of lightning questions. Okay, if I go there.
Two statements basically. First one, the content. You said the content would disappear. No. If I would have trusted Gemini, they would not have given the links. I always go and check the doctor because it hallucinates. So the other thing, if you go to a doctor where you would say, okay, I have fever of my son, it's 106 degrees, he goes to computer, maybe he's going to hot tub, your son. That makes no sense. So there's always a reasoning. And sometimes when in my office happened, the senior had given me, wait, these are the solutions. So no, this is copy paste from ChatGPT.
Yeah.
So it's the human interaction where you have to tell, it's up to you. Stop. I don't want to use it. So that is there's no plan B for that. And it is up to you. Oh, I don't want to use it at display because it's important for you. Because your son is sick. You don't want to go to that doctor who gives you based on the AI reply.
I mean, I think to summarize, and I know we're out of time here, like reputation is a human thing. Accountability is a human thing. And if you cause harm to another human, whether it's issuing a bunch of pull requests causing me more work and pain, then I'm going to hold you accountable and just close them all. And I think we tend to work things out by saying, you can't tell me the agent did it to me. That's unacceptable. We won't take that as justice. Humans will tend to govern ourselves in the way where there will be accountability. So right now, maybe we're all excited and we're taking shortcuts right now. And maybe to your point around LLMs contributing code, here's the thing. If you're doing it right, I don't care if it's an LLM. When you issue a pull request, read the contribution guide, put your name at the top, follow the commit message, understand and have empathy for the reviewer, and then put the code in there. Whether you use an LLM or not, why would I know? It's the fact that I know that the LLM did it is where I have a problem. You didn't even take the time to look at this. Mm-hmm. This is a Golang project. Why are you issuing PRs in Rust? That's just laziness.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just kind of wrap up. Some of us, I'm not gonna speak for everyone. We'll have some time. Do we have a talk after this? Is there a talk? Oh, there's one more. Yeah. So we'll be outside to non-bother the talk. But I think just to wrap up, a lot is happening. A lot is changing. I think folks here in this panel have had their job titles change probably 10, 15 times. And I know those that are kind of at the later stage of their career are less concerned or not envious of those at the beginning of their careers. But wherever you are, I think we're going to figure it out. I'm a naive optimist on where things are going. I'm hopeful that we're going to figure out reuse. I'm hopeful that these models are going to help us contribute more to the open domain. But I can totally see and I can totally resonate where these things are kind of scary or spooky. The only things that I can, like the thing that I would emphasize leaving this is go test it out, experiment with things at your own pace, but don't stand on the side. Because I think right now, the way that I view it, is a lot of folks got a NASCAR vehicle delivered to their front yard, and no one knows how to drive one, right? But it's better to try it out a little bit. So if ever you need that, or ever we get to a point where we need to know how to use that machine, you at least have some experience. So again, I want to say huge thank you to our panelists for coming down today, and I want to thank you to SCaLE, and thank you all for joining us and making this a very live, energetic discussion. So thank you guys.
Thank you, all of you. Say one more big round of applause for Ron, James, Kelsey, and Stormy. Thank you, thank you. We have one more talk here in this room later today. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and we'll come right back here. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of the day. Check 1 2. Oh, that is what my voice there. Okay. 1 2 1 2.
Check 1 2 1 2.
And you'll always be in the perfect angle for the spot.
Awesome.
Is this your water?
No.
Far from the electronics.
Awesome.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. This is our last talk of the day in the developer track here at SCaLE 23, 2026. We have our last talk of the day by Amy Iris Parker, a grad student at University of Irvine, California. She is giving her talk on Architectures Don't Matter. Please give a round of applause for Amy.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. My name is Amy Iris Parker. I am a graduate student at the University of California, Irvine. And today I'm here to talk to you about how, with the power of tools like QEMU, architectures don't matter anymore. Before we get started, a little bit about me. As I said, I'm a PhD student at the University of California, Irvine. My research focuses are in distributed and embedded systems, computer architecture, networking, and social impacts of computing. I'm part of the DUT research group where I'm currently working on proactive compaction. I was previously at Cal State Fullerton, just down the road from here. I was doing research on IR pipelines. That is what led to this presentation. I also did research on censorship evasion, which if you had a chance to see my talk yesterday at 5 p.m., I presented some of that as well. I'm also the secretary of Orange County DSA. As part of my role, I do a lot of management of our tech stack, including things for voting transparency, member identification, and member contacting. I've been working on various open source signal intelligence work in that as well. And I've been using Linux and other Nix platforms for over a decade now. I run NixOS on my main computers. I have lots of automation at home, and I run a Proxmox Home Lab. Also, the information from this was previously presented at ICE-CET 2025 in Paris, France. If you're interested in a lot more of how IR pipelines work, which we will get to later in this presentation, please read the paper associated with that presentation. And credit to the Debian Wiki editors, as large portions of this presentation derive from that Debian Wiki article. So, what we're going to be going over today. First, what is QEMU, and what is QEMU user mode? A lot of you probably know what QEMU is. Not all of you necessarily know what QEMU user mode is. Second, we're going to go over how to run cross-architecture user binaries and applications on Linux. We're going to go over how to automate that with bin format, expanding your multi-lib setup, and using LD preload. We're going to go over a very cool application of QEMU with bin format, which is running applications in Shroots, including through cross-D Bootstrap for Debian users. We're going to go over how this works for running legacy enterprise software and how to add modern architectures to this. And lastly, we're going to be going over how to distribute universal binaries that run on any Linux architecture. This is not a workshop, however. I wish I had the time for you all to get out your computers and do this along with me, but we do not have the time for that today. You are encouraged when you get home to continue to try the things that you learn, try out the things that you learned today. We are all hackers here. When you go home, please hack. A lot of the stuff in here may pique your interest. If so, please try it out. And if you have any questions, please feel free to contact me after the presentation. So first up, what is QEMU and what is user mode? QEMU is the quick emulator. It is the current most popular emulator on Linux and several other platforms. It provides both system-level emulation, which is what you're familiar with for virtual machines, and user-level emulation, which directly runs processes, as we'll get to. Most VMs that are integrated into other applications on Linux, so for instance, if you use Nix's boot VM for testing configurations, or if you use Buildroot, automatically launch their VMs with QEMU. QEMU currently supports 30 different CPU architectures and has thousands of different hardware modules, CPU configurations, UEFI and BIOS versions, etc., and is extensible. It is pretty easy to drop in support for any additional hardware you need. Now, what is user mode? So, the traditional system mode of QEMU runs a full virtual machine down to the very first initializations, very first posts. User mode is something different. It takes binaries for Linux that are compiled for another architecture and allows you to run them as if they were native binaries for your system. This creates essentially a transparent way to run Linux binaries from other architectures. Any binary that is either statically linked or that you have the libraries installed for will just run with QEMU. And this can be through the most absurd configurations. If you want to run an alpha binary that launches RISC-V binaries on a PowerPC system, you can do that with QEMU just as easily as you would run normal applications for your system. Here's a quick example here of testing out running some RISC-V binaries on an x86 system, this laptop here. I know this is a framework, this is not the RISC-V framework. That is a native RISC-V binary running on the system. As for how user mode works, every time syscalls are made for a given architecture, syscall tables on Linux for different architectures are different. QEMU handles it. It automatically translates all of the different syscalls that you could ever possibly call. The actual memory state of how it should look on the target architecture is maintained while also running the code directly in a separate mapped memory environment, which allows it to maximize performance. So, how to actually run applications with QEMU. If you have a binary and you have QEMU user mode installed, you run QEMU dash whatever architecture, the binary. That's it. That's all it takes. That's all you need in order to run applications from any CPU architecture on your system. If you don't know what architecture a binary is, you can always use commands like file to get that information and to explore more. You can also pass other arguments to QEMU to configure individual small behaviors if you're trying to exactly match a given system. And you can, of course, also pass command line arguments and all of that. But essentially, once you've wrapped it with that QEMU execution, it runs as if it was a native binary on your system. Now, if that binary is statically linked, then awesome. It will run perfectly. You don't have to worry about doing anything else. But we don't live in a world where static linking is very common. Most binaries rely on shared libraries, even if that's just libc. And that's fine. QEMU can still handle this as long as you have a proper libc for the original binaries platform. You can pull that off of any system, download it from the internet. It doesn't need to align exactly with what you're running. You just need to have some libc from the original platform. It doesn't need to be specific to QEMU usage. You can run the original native libc binaries or any other library. And as I said, QEMU executes essentially transparently. Once you have launched an application, it looks to the operating system and to you as if you were just running that application natively. It looks completely normal, but from the application's perspective, it is also transparent in that it believes it is running in the correct architecture context. If you do syscalls that are architecture dependent, they will still work. QEMU has translations for all of those syscalls, and so you get it's the best of both worlds. The application continues to run normally, and you get to run it as if it was compiled natively. Moving on to bin format and other tools. So there's a slight problem. Every time you want to run something on another architecture, you have to type in QEMU-architecture. That gets tiring after a while. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to just run the binary as if it was normal? Just type, / whatever binary, or install it into your path and have it automatically run? Well, we can do that. The Linux kernel exposes an interface called bin format. This allows different tools on the system to receive applications when the kernel can't determine what is supposed to run them. Normally the kernel says, oh, okay, we're running, say we're on x86, we're running an x86 program, we're going to hand this off to the x86 linking interpreter. Well, with bin format, you can say, oh, we don't know who it's going to be run? Hey, QEMU, do you want to handle this? QEMU says sure, and it picks up the binary. It does that automatically as soon as you've installed bin format for all 30 different architectures that QEMU supports. This makes it even more directly transparent. You can have an x86 program call an ARM program or a RISC-V program, and it will act completely normally. As far as the kernel is concerned, they are all the same architecture. You can also install libraries to your system from multiple architectures if you are running many different applications. Multiple different operating systems have ways of doing this. You can do it on Fedora and Red Hat-based distributions. You can do it on NixOS, but the oldest group that has been doing it is the Debian developers, who actually have it natively integrated with first-class support in dpackage. All you have to do is suffix the architecture of the library you want to install, and you have that installed. Anyone who's had to do 32-bit installations on Debian will be very familiar with this. You just add i386. Well, instead of just doing 32-bit, now we can also install ARM libraries. We can install RISC-V, we can install Alpha, we can install PowerPC. Anything that is available, you can install alongside your native libraries, and you can run commands compiled for other architectures, again, as if they were fully native. If you're developing for other architectures, you can also play around with adding your own libraries in or using LD preload. For those who aren't familiar, LD preload allows you to override a given library. You can do that just as well with QEMU as you can with anything else. So if you want to test potential security vulnerabilities, test new versions of libraries, insert patches into libraries, you can do that just as you would with any native application, but with that full spectrum of architectures available. So now for shroots. For those who are not familiar with shroots, shroots allow you to change what the system sees as the root directory. And if you shroot into an existing system context, the system will act as if you are actually in that system instead of in your main system. However, you will still be using your original kernel and init. This is very useful for many things like debugging and rescuing systems, for building new systems. There's a whole bunch of different use cases for shroots. And anyone who's ever used them has seen how effective they are, and that you can run applications that are contained within a shroot as if they were native applications on your system. But again, traditionally, they've had to be of the same CPU architecture. However, if you have QEMU with bin format installed, this is no longer an issue. When the kernel reads applications from the shroot, it will still query bin format if it can't figure out what it's supposed to run. This means that you can essentially take the drive of any system, no matter what architecture it runs, as long as you have QEMU installed, plug it in, shroot into it, and you are now operating as that system. You have access to all of the tools available on that system as they would be running on that system. And because QEMU is so configurable, if you need to exactly match something, for instance, if you need to deal with the discrepancies between, say a Raspberry Pi 5 and a Raspberry Pi 4, you can do that very painlessly just by slightly changing your bin format configuration. This has been used by the Debian project since 2006 for flashing Debian systems for embedded environments. Dbootstrap, which creates minimal Debian environments and is the basis for installing and building new Debian systems, by default, without having to change anything, works with QEMU bin format. And the official way of bootstrapping systems for another architecture in Debian is to use QEMU with bin format. They don't have to do anything else. The only change in the instructions when you're looking at the dbootstrap instructions is if you're running for a different architecture, install QEMU user mode, install QEMU bin format, and you're done. It automatically works. Now, on the enterprise side, how do we justify this to our employers? Well, there's lots of old enterprise applications that are closed source and that we can't recompile. I'm sure you all have had that time where you have to deal with some old application that you have a binary for from many, many years ago. You can't get the source code for, you can't port it, you can't recompile it, and you just have to figure out what to run. Maybe you've even had to pull out old systems in order to run those binaries. Not anymore. You can bring these to life without having to set up a VM, while still being able to run them in your native context with QEMU. QEMU user mode can, as long as it was built for the operating system you're running on, no matter what architecture it's for, no matter how old it is, QEMU will run it. I've had to deal with some UART software that was really, really old, that we couldn't, that in my lab at Cal State Fullerton, we couldn't get running on almost anything. We decided to try and put it through QEMU user mode, and it worked. And we were able to get that software running. If you're a developer who needs to develop for multiple different architectures, you can also use QEMU user mode to make your development process a lot faster. Has anyone here ever been trying to develop for a Raspberry Pi or something else and had to go through the process of constantly pushing your code to the Pi? And anyone here had to deal with that? Yeah, that's really annoying, right? It takes a lot of time. Wouldn't it be so much nicer if you could just run your code on your system like you do for native testing? With QEMU, you can. You just run the binary, and if you have bin format installed, it just works. Now, if you're implementing for a newer architecture, say, I don't know, we come up with RISC-7 as a hypothetical example. That's obviously not currently supported by Linux or QEMU or anything else. But say you're in the process of doing that, and you want to be able to run your x86 binaries on your new QEMU 7 system, or you want to test the code you wrote for QEMU 7 on your x86 system. Well, all you have to do to get it running in QEMU user mode is build a plugin for TCG's front end. QEMU translates all instructions to its own intermediate representation. So all you have to do is provide a front-end plugin that converts from your new architecture to QEMU IR, and then a back-end plugin that converts from QEMU IR to your new architecture, and you now have the full same level of support for running applications as if they were native, like all the other architectures in QEMU do. Now, I do want to give a little bit of a heads up to anyone trying this. QEMU user mode works very well, it's transparent, it works for most applications, but if you are running something performance dependent, right now you will be in for some pain. QEMU user mode is not the fastest thing in the world. What should have been a 5-minute Ubuntu server installation in a shroot ended up taking me 2 hours last time I tried it. But things are looking up. Recent research has shown that QEMU's TCG platform can be significantly optimized. What took 246 milliseconds to run on QEMU previously could take only 7 if these changes were implemented. They're not in QEMU yet, but hopefully they are coming. And once that happens, you will have very little performance drop-off from native executables to QEMU user mode. Now, the last thing is universal binaries. Does anyone in here have a Apple Silicon MacBook or other Mac? A couple of you. Okay, you've probably heard at least a little bit about Apple's universal binaries that combine x86 and ARM code into one binary. Well, that's very repetitive. We're not going to do that. Instead, if we have just 2 tools, QEMU user static, which is QEMU user mode compiled statically, which that alone is very useful because you can, as long as you have write permissions in a directory and can set the executable bit, you can run QEMU on any system without having to install it. And if you have the ability to write an executable wrapper, which every major operating system has at least some version of this, then using a tool called FATELF, you can bundle QEMU for all of the architectures you could ever think to run a program on, and have those all point at your program. Depending on how many architectures you add, each is a few megabytes to your program size. So if you want to include all 30 architectures, you can do that. You can 100% do that. It would be like maybe 100 megabytes if you picked only the ones that people actually are still using in any real server or desktop system today. You know, 10, 20 megabytes, your application can now run everywhere on any Linux system, no matter what. With that, thank you all so much for coming to this talk. I know it was a little bit on the shorter side. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I'm here to talk for as long as you all would like.
You said alpha. I still have an alpha server.
Then you should.
So you're suggesting that I can possibly emulate the alpha or actually run other code on the alpha?
Yes, you can. I have tested with alpha executables. It works. If you want to go pull. Here's an example I gave earlier. Granted, I was working with emulating x86 on x86, but here I am using QEMU to emulate QEMU, which is emulating core utils. If you wanted to pull any binaries off your alpha system and emulate them on any other system you have, you can do that, or the other way around. If there's something that you have that's only built for some other architecture and you want to try and run it on your alpha system, I don't know how old that system is, so I don't know how the performance is going to be, but it will run.
I have an SGI too.
Is it running Linux?
The alpha runs Berkeley mostly, and the SGI runs SGI.
Okay.
So that's a bit of a challenge.
Okay. If you install an alpha compatible Linux distribution on it, it will work.
Cool.
Just curious, what about PowerPC and AIX?
PowerPC is very thoroughly supported, including both 32-bit and 64-bit, as well as both big endian and little endian. I haven't tried, specifically like AIX direct targets. I don't work with Power often, but I've heard from others that that works pretty well.
So this is more of a comment rather than a question. So another use case for this sort of thing is, this may sound absurd on the surface, but actually is x86 on x86. So there are edge cases where certain places where, for instance, VM providers or hosting providers may have certain things misconfigured, and you need to deploy something really quickly in a place. They may not have certain like SSE4 instructions enabled, and you just don't have time to get your stuff like recompiled, rebuilt for whatever weird thing, and you can use this to get your stuff working in it, like really quickly, and then fix your real problems later.
Yes, that is absolutely true. QEMU does have support for extensions on x86 that a lot of our CPUs do not have, like AVX 512. So it is entirely possible that you can run something on QEMU for x86 that will work in QEMU x86 that does not work on your normal system.
Thank you. So 2 questions. First, have you noticed speed-wise any issues with big endian when you're running those binaries on x86?
I have not noticed any endianness issues, no. To my knowledge, at least on x86, endianness flipping for anything up to 64 bits is a single instruction.
Yeah,
So
okay.
it doesn't really add that much.
Okay, and then so the second one is somewhat related. As far as speed goes, like if you're on a big endian system S390X and you're emulating x86 binaries, like do you have any experience like with where that is on the speed? Is that still really slow or?
I don't have experience with S390X in particular. I can say that if you want to get an idea of the basics of the performance change, QEMU TCG converts for most architectures one instruction of the base architecture if it's CISC to about 8 instructions for RISC architectures. Okay. It's a little different, like if you're converting to x86, then it gets a little faster. So you do have to execute more instructions than you normally would, albeit the actual translation process, once any given instruction has been translated, it is cached and it does not have to be retranslated again. So I would expect S390X running x86. Depends on what x86 instructions you're running. If you're running a mix of like SSE4 and AVX 512, you're probably going to be in a worse situation than if you're just running, stuff that can run on anything with SSE2 and below.
Yeah. Okay.
But
right.
it's definitely workable, and performance improvements are coming, at least in theory.
Cool. I'm gonna go break some computers.
More questions? We got time. I have a question.
I was not expecting this one to go so fast.
I have a question. So, can you do forwards compatibility on like some really old hardware? Could I run the latest bash for whatever reason, the latest bash executable on my OLPC, which is an i386 architecture, using this?
It depends on one primary thing, and that is whether you can get a Linux kernel version that is new enough installed. This is not tracked on most architectures executables, but for x86 specifically, when you run the file command, it will tell you what the minimum kernel support version is. So as long as you can run that kernel or newer, you should be fine. Especially helps if you can use statically compiled binaries and you're not having to port over libc, because static libc does wonders here. I will say that while trying to get a new kernel version sounds daunting, I haven't seen any requirements on almost any regular, common binary higher than Linux 3.3, and most things only require about 2.6.38. So as long as you can get around that era of kernel installed, you should be good.
Thank you. Do we have other questions from anybody? Okay, I have another question.
All good.
So I saw a little blurb at the beginning that you also do Proxmox home lab stuff. Mm-hmm. So I think you might know where I'm going with this. Proxmox does not support ARM on its own, if I understand correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Debian does. Mm-hmm. And Proxmox is derived from Debian. Mm-hmm. I've seen this like weird, like, not so documented, very opaque, like cross compiling of the Proxmox like distro to ARM. And it's kind of, I'm sketched out by it a little. I think, you Google, you'll find it. I had to get this from this one weird forum, and it was weird. So I didn't want to install it on my Oracle 24 by 4 free tier VM. But I wanted to do something stupid, and I wanted to try to, you know, break things. And so I thought, whoa, could I use this to like run ARM or run Proxmox on an ARM VM? Because I want to torture myself? But does that actually do it?
I mean, if you were to install the original Proxmox binaries, I would say most of them could mostly run. There's a lot of things in Proxmox that are specifically focused on looking at processor attributes that are x86 specific. If you can work your way around those, you know, patch those features out or patch them to work with ARM, it could be a good starting spot. But given that Proxmox, at least for the community version, is open source, you will have a much better time just changing the architecture flag to ARM and recompiling and then patching as you go. If Proxmox was closed source, then sure, you could definitely try it. I don't have much experience dealing with LXC on ARM, but I know it does work. And of course, VMs will also work because Proxmox uses QEMU for VMs. So you could certainly try it. I just think you should probably focus on improving existing works to port it to ARM.
I have another question.
Okay.
You want to make a universal binary, okay? You talked about you can just pick an architecture and make your binary for that, but then have it and be intended to run via QEMU and the multi-lib, right? Bin format. So how do you decide which architecture will be the one you build for, and which ones are going to be the ones that are going to emulate that architecture? Like, how do you decide? Is it based on like the CISC or RISC, like because there are performance trade-offs when you're going one way or another, right?
Yeah. I would say it depends on what your intended user audience is. If you had an equal distribution of every different architecture, I would say pick the riskiest thing you can find. So probably I would say ARM or RISC-V. I believe currently ARM is the most developed for TCG in terms of translation performance for RISC architectures. But given the continued ubiquity of x86 systems, I would probably say, for practicality, put x86 as the native one, and then QEMU for everything else.
That's so cool. Thank you so much. Are there anybody else who have questions? Thank you very much. Let's give another round of applause for
Thank you all so much.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for attending SCaLE conference today on this session this year. SCaLE 23, 2026. This is Saturday evening. We are done with all the talks in this room today. There is going to be a game night somewhere, I think in the expo hall. So I don't know. Go do that if you want to, or whatever. Have a great evening, y'all. Good night.